All right, I want to welcome you especially here, and I'll share with you how we came about the You Need Your Tribe conference. In 2025, August specifically, I was in the US with my great host. She's here, Mrs. Abiola, who hosts. Please help me celebrate her. We had a fantastic conversation at that time, looking at how young people miss out on opportunities, not because those opportunities are not there. It is just because of the kind of voices that they hear per time. And then back to September 2025, we came back home, and then we were all together as well, both together. And then we now had a very structured conversation around how people need to begin to find intentionally those who are in their circle in order to be able to have a structure. So it leaves us from the point of living by default to living by design. Are we together? That was connect with like minds. And then I had the privilege of, having a conversation with SDJ, who is also the co-convener of this particular conference. Can you also celebrate SDJ? That's Mrs. Sheyi Jolayemi. And then we had this conversation around your tribe. SDJ, being a strategist, began to tear the entire vision down. We had this conversation for more than 3 months, trying to get why young people need to find their tribe, why it is important for you to journey with like minds, why it is important for you not to live alone, why it is important for you not to do everything life by yourself. So Beyond Class and Swifting Foundation, we came together, and then we started having this plan. I can tell you that in the last couple of weeks, let's say 7 weeks specifically, the list of what everybody is saying about what we've done about You Need Your Tribe conference is this conference. That is the least part of the vision. Now, the vision is so big that we started attracting a lot of other things into the vision, which you are all very soon. But not to bore us with the details of You Need Your Tribe, which you are going to hear when our guests are here. I just want to say thank you to everyone who saw the communication, who felt the need to be here in the room to find somebody to connect with, somebody that can help them grow, somebody that can steer them to the next level. And we have great and amazing people. Mr. Chude is here, who have walked the path. He has met great people. I'm sure when he reads many of the things that he's going to share with us very briefly, you will realize that the need for you to find somebody that aligns with your vision is a very key part of life in itself. I also want to celebrate our amazing speakers and panelists who are here. Mrs. Abiola Olamoyego. And let me tell you, she flew in from the US yesterday to be here today. Yes. That's how much this vision is. And I have my brother and my friend, David Okay, at the back there, who is also the Vice President of World Trade Center in Lagos. Please help me celebrate him again. And we have the amazing SDJ, the one and only SDJ. SDJ in the house. Please celebrate SDJ. SDJ, thank you. There is one important thing I need to say here before I leave, is that there is no way we would, as an organization Beyond Class, bring together this particular vision without a tribe called Swifting Foundation. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So it is one thing for you to have an idea. It is another thing to have a part of your tribe who can execute, who can work with you, who can fly with you, who can do everything together with you. And so on this note, I want to say a big thank you to every one of you, our partners, our sponsors, our supporters, and everyone who is to come into this vision. Thank you, and God bless you. We look forward to the amazing interaction that is going to happen from this conference. Thank you, everyone.
I think we forgot to celebrate the very persons that made it here out of their busy schedules, ensuring that they are a part of Need Your Tribe Conference 2026. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about the person next to you. Thank you very much for being here. And I can tell you for free that living here, you will be thankful to yourself and to God that you made that decision. Once again, welcome. A wise man once said that many times we set our goals too low that we achieve them, and not that we set them high not to reach them. So one of the mental exercises you want to keep in your other hand, maybe you are a southpaw, you keep it in your right, you are right-handed, you keep it in your left, is that you want to make new commitment to visions and dreams that are bigger than what you can comfortably say you can achieve today. So maybe the goals that you've set when you were 20, when you were 25, you've crushed them and you're just on a cruise. Trust me, set bigger goals. Dream again. And if you're like me, if you have ever failed, if you have ever tried, no worries. Try again, fail again, but this time, do better, all right? We will be receiving the keynote speech for, once again, the Jude pilot edition of the Need Your Tribe Conference 2026 by no other person but Chude Gideonwo. Before he comes up, you can, maybe if you want to clap. Let me give you that room, right? But before he comes up, you will be listening to his profile that will be played by the media team. And as soon as a minute. Media. All right, so as soon as the video plays, please put your hands together and make welcome Chude Gideonwo. Under his leadership, Red was honored as African Business of the Year alongside Dangote Group and Candelaria Industries. In 2016, all right, I think I'm going to read his profile from here. Tagged Africa's #1 interviewer, Chude Gideonwo is host of With Chude, one of Africa's most watched talk shows, and With Chude Live, Africa's biggest talk concert, with over 5,000 people attending his live interview event. He is a lawyer and media entrepreneur whose 25-year career spans advertising, public relations, television, radio, film, print, and digital media. He is a co-founder and former chief executive of industry-leading African media companies, RED, For Africa, the Future Awards Africa, WhyNiger.com, and Joy Inc. As CEO of RED, he crafted and led strategies that fueled social movement and shaped national elections across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Sierra Leone, and Senegal. Under his leadership, RED was honored as African Business of the Year alongside Dangote Group and Candelaria Industries. In 2016, after a decade at RED, Chude sensed a calling to a new mission. He stepped away from his role to focus on storytelling that uplifts the mind, heart, and spirit, founding Joy Inc. as a human flourishing company that partnered with organizations like Ford Motor Company and the Lagos State Government to create safe, nurturing spaces for mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. In 2020, he launched With Chude, a viral podcast and multi-platform talk show featuring intimate, transformative conversations with African leaders and celebrities. Syndicated on 3 Pan-African networks, streamed on withchude.com, with tens of millions of views on YouTube, it has become one of the continent's largest IP libraries for stories of healing, resilience, and growth. As adjunct faculty, he has taught media and communication to undergraduate and postgraduate students at the Pan-Atlantic University. He has also advised global corporations, government, and non-profit, including Meta, Google, Hess Holdings, Unilever, the Gates Foundation, the African Union, and the government of the UK and the US on media, strategy, democracy, and human rights. Passionate about accelerating Africa's creator economy as the future of independent media on the continent. In 2024, he developed the Creator Economy Incubator in Nigeria and Kenya with the Co-Creation Hub and Africa No Filter to train, mentor, and fund emerging content creators and digital storytellers. And in 2025, he announced the 4th Mainland Creator Fund to invest in African creators. Chude has been a Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree, CNBC Young Business Leader of the Year, and Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow, a World Fellow at Yale University, and Creative in Residence at the London School of Economics. 1 year after the fellowship, the school endowed the Chude Jide Onwo Prize for Creativity to commemorate Black History Month. He has chaired and served on boards and committees that include Microsoft Owando, the Nigerian Ministries of Finance and Youth, the British Council, the Ford Foundation, the Initiative for Equal Rights, and the African Center. As a filmmaker, his films have been nominated or won for Best Documentary, Best Feature, and Official Selection at the Africa International Film Festival, the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards AMVCA, the San Diego Black Film Festival, amongst others. His writing and work have been featured in the New York Times, The Guardian, BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, the Huffington Post, and the Financial Times. He is the author of 4 books, including His Father's Knickers, published when he was 15, Are We Turning Point Generation? And How to Win Elections in Africa, Parallels with Donald Trump. His latest book, How Depression Saved My Life, he is published by Narrative Landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026. Please, with a clapping and standing ovation, make welcome for the keynote speech, Chude Jide Onwo.
Thank you. Round of applause. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the SDJ, the maker of, there are very few people in the world who know how to create something out of nothing. Most people build something on something. I've watched SDJ over the last 10 years create something out of nothing. And last time we're on a speaking context together, we're speaking at Trem. Yes, on the pulpit, speaking to thousands of people. A round of applause to her, please. And a round of applause to the hosts. I like people who know how to recover very fast. So the media wasn't playing and he immediately moved to reading the profile. That's how you know someone that will go far. A round of applause to him. Okay, so when I woke up this morning, I was asking myself who sent me because I literally just arrived Nigeria yesterday from Johannesburg, where I came back. Who were repatriated from South Africa yesterday. 262 people were sent back home. Well, were brought back home by the Nigerian government. So I was reporting on it, spent the whole week listening to their stories in Durban, in Pretoria, in Johannesburg. Terrible stories, and then seeing them excited to return to Nigeria for the first time. Some of them haven't been home in 15 years, in 10 years, and some of the children at 18, 19 never visited home. because their parents couldn't afford to be back. But I was thinking to myself this morning as I was asking myself who sent me to say yes, but I couldn't say no to SDJ. I now realized, okay, that's what I want to talk about. This is about clarity. I posted something on my social media a few weeks ago. People are always telling young people to, what was that word? Come out of your comfort zone. How many of you have heard that? Only 3 people. It's impossible. Now, if you grow up, if you were born and bred in Nigeria, you've heard that you must perspire and aspire. Number 2, you must work hard. Number 3, there is no such thing as a what? Overnight success. And number 4, you must constantly come out of your comfort zone. I disagree with all these things, by the way. But I disagree with all of them. One, I have seen many overnight successes in my life. I have seen them. It is not to him that willeth, or to him that runneth. It is sometimes God that decides to show mercy. I have seen people who don't necessarily work hard, but know how to create value, who succeed. I'm sure you've seen many bricklayers as we are growing up who work extremely hard, but have not moved an inch from where they were when you were born. But the one I do want to talk about is coming out of your comfort zone. And on that, I'm going to be shaking many tables. But it's a very small audience, so nobody's going to stone me for this. I think that is one of the things that it's good advice, but you must be careful as to when to apply that advice. And you must be careful as to whether at all to apply that advice. That advice is necessary for a very small number of situations and for a very small number of people. For the bulk of you, if I ask any of you, many of you, not all of you, what is the thing you can do better than anybody else in the world? Or what is the thing you can do so well that when you do it, most people are like, man or woman, you're so good. Many of you, 1, don't know that thing. Or 2, know that thing but have completely ignored it as a way to succeed in this life. Am I correct? If I'm correct with one person, tell me yes. Yeah. Many of you don't know that. You've left what you are good at in the mad dash and pursuit for what everybody else is doing. You've not learned how to master your gifts before you are learning how to master the discomfort that comes with growth in your gifts. That's a very important distinction. The point at which you leave your comfort zone is the point at which you have mastered your comfort zone so well that it is time for the next level. And mastery can take you a lifetime. The point at which you should leave your comfort zone is the point of view where if you are an actor, you are Peter Doce, or Genevieve Nnaji, or Shola Shobowale. The point at which you are leaving your comfort zone is if you are a pastor, is the point at which you have mastered an audience at Winners Chapel for 10 years. Full. And said, okay, what is next? Point at which you should be mastering your comfort zone. It's the point of which if you're a governor, if you're a politician, you've been a governor for 8 years and you've done incredibly well. And it's time for you to get to the next level. But if you've not done that, if you've not become a master, and by I'm using this as a gender neutral word, if you've not become a master, you have no business looking for anything outside your comfort zone. No business. And the challenge that this generation most has is mastery. Many generations, but especially this, because of the other thing I said, because we seem to see a lot of overnight successes. Now, the challenge is not that there are no overnight successes, there are. The challenge is that they are rare. For the most of you, for people like me, we need to go through a longer process, for the bulk of us. And even for those who are overnight success, what happens is not that they short circuit the process. It is that somehow the process moves extremely fast. That means, and these are the kinds of situations where that happens. Think of a Pella. A Pella is an overnight success. But a number of special circumstances have to occur for a Pella to be an overnight success. One, there has to be a new industry, content creation. Two, there has to be a fresh tool, streaming on TikTok and Twitch. Three, he has to be doing nothing. Four, he has to be extremely lucky. All four of those things were existed at the same time. If you sit down with Pella, he didn't have a master plan. I'm going to wait until an opportunity comes up. When the opportunity happens, I'm going to seize it. I'm going to run through it. No. Pella was jobless, sitting around on social media, and something happened. And then what happened next was mastery. Because he had nothing else he was doing. There's research that says for you to become a master, you have to spend 10,000 hours of deliberate practice. But if you go back and search how many hours Pella has been streaming, what has happened is that he has achieved mastery in an extremely short period of time. Are we together? So it is not that he short-circuits the process. So not even emergency successes can short-circuit the process. It's that they do it in an extremely short period of time. Are we together? It took Genevieve a shorter time than Hollywood actors to become a master. Why? Because she stumbled into an industry that was producing over 350 movies a year. That is how long it takes some countries to produce movies in 20 years. So it was easy for Genevieve to become a global superstar faster than any other celebrity in any other country. But those stories are very rare. But even despite the rareness, the important thing is mastery. So for the past few years, if you have noticed, Genevieve has not been in a movie and has not even been in public, has not done a single interview. That is now Genevieve coming out of her comfort zone. Because she has achieved everything you can possibly achieve as an actor in Nigeria. She is the most visible, most recognizable, most known actor ever in Nigeria's history. Now, if you are at that point, please come out of your comfort zone. If you are at that point, please come out of your comfort zone. If you are finished proving everything like Wizkid, and you can start singing Joro, 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 that is it. It is time. At that point, it is time for Wizkid to come out of his comfort zone. But until then, your job is mastery. What are you good at? What can you do better than anybody else? The only thing that people ask me, when people ask me, do you have any regrets? Most people say, I don't have regrets. Why don't you have regrets? Are you not a human being? Of course I have regrets. I don't let them hold me back, but I have them. The number one regret I have is that I learned this lesson too late. I wasted time. Diversify your income streams. How many of you have heard that too? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. How many of you have heard it? Any good investment professional tells you to put your eggs in one basket. However, they tell you to take your time and find the best basket and the best eggs. And once you find a great basket and some damn good eggs, you put all of them in that basket. Am I correct? Let me ask you. When you break down Dangote's investment portfolio, 98% of Dangote's wealth comes from one thing, Dangote Group. When you break down Bill Gates' wealth, 98.4%, as of the last count, comes from one investment, Microsoft Corp. When you break down Elon Musk's investments, over 60%, if not 80, I'm trying to get, it's either one of the two, comes from one investment, Tesla, Elumelu, UBA, Bola Tinubu, Lagos. Wizkid, music. What else does Burna Boy do apart from music? What else? What else? Who do you want to be? A person carrying 22 baskets or Burna Boy? Who do you want to be? A person carrying 22 baskets or a Burna Boy? No, maybe there's some people that, if you want 22 baskets, let me see your hands. You might, don't be ashamed. I want to tackle you. What else does Shola Sobowale do apart from acting? What else does Kemi Adetiba do? What else does Pastor Adeboye do? What else does the head of Foursquare do? Another thing they tell you, you cannot be a billionaire as an employee. Rubbish. Steve Ballmer is one of the richest people in the world, and he was an employee, the third or first employee hired by Microsoft. And that's how he became a billionaire. Ibe Kachuku, former Minister of Petroleum, became a billionaire by working for ExxonMobil for 24 years before he became Minister of Petroleum. Segun Agbaje, MD of GT Group, has been an employee all his life. And he's still an employee of GT Bank. He's not the owner of GT Bank. So that's another bad advice we get. So sometimes people say, one of my employees, Bukola Debaki, was former CEO of Red Media, spent 12 to 15 years working with us, depending on how you calculate it. Until today, she earns a minimum of, as at last count, 20 million naira a year for doing nothing. Just because when she joined the company after 5 years, I gave her shares. And so even today, anytime she sees her, she would send me a thank you. She can't believe it. But I remember I would have thought that people would have told her, want to be working for one person, just one person. They would disgrace you. And I'm sure that people who, maybe it happened in their own case, but she made a bet to put all her eggs in one basket. And this is the 4th year since she left the company, and every year she gets her returns because she was one of the best employees I ever saw in my life. And after 5 years, I said, this woman has worked so hard. So finding your comfort zone and mastering it is the most underrated skill. There's a book you should find for your career. It's called Great at Work. It's by an author called Morten Hansen. And it's the deepest research I've seen or read about how to find the best career for yourself. And the first thing he asks is for you to find what you can do better than anybody else. And for me, that is interviewing. That is interviewing. That's what I was saying. I was linking to my arrival this morning. Yesterday, I was happier than anybody you could see. I didn't have a cameraman because somebody was busy yesterday morning. And so when I landed, I'm like, okay, I need to shoot. I was in the plane with the returnees. And they didn't want to talk because they're just tired. They just want to come back home. And I was so excited to convince them. When my producer was seeing the videos, I would speak Igbo, I would speak Yoruba, I would pretend to speak, I would say anything. When the people would speak to me, I would feel such joy. Just listening to them tell me their stories of how long they've been in South Africa. And we landed in Lagos. Throughout the flight, I was talking to them. I was carrying my phone because I couldn't get a camera. I was running down the flight. You will see the footage on Monday. It's going to be on Arise TV. Talking to the minister. I'm a big man. I could have said, I'm too big to be doing this. But I thought, my goodness, the joy of capturing this footage. It's more than the disrespect I'm getting from all the security officials who don't know who I am. who are saying, move away from Oga, move away from Oga. And I'm like, no, I want to talk to the minister. Sir, what is your name? And I'm telling you, I felt so much joy doing that. So it's not just the sitting down with the celebrities. It's the talking to anybody, anywhere. And I started doing this at the age of 17. This is my 26th year in the media. And I'm 41 this year. I started working at the age of 15. And thank you. And at 17, I did my first interview. And it was so good. And 2 people, 17 or 18, 2 people, one of them being Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who I had interviewed, said to me, you're one of the best interviewers I've ever seen. She had just won the Orange Prize for Literature. And I thought, how is that possible? All the people you've seen in this life, how can I be the best interviewer I've ever seen? So I abandoned that skill and started looking for what? A real job. That's something else you've been told by your parents. Find a real job. Find a real job. Because what Tunde Ednut is doing is not a real job. Meanwhile, with his revenue per month, he can buy Nigerian hospitals. He earns a minimum of 5 million naira a day. A day. I've seen the numbers. I've made the payments. Find a real job. So I was looking for a real job. Because I thought, first and foremost, this interviewing is not a serious thing. The people I've also seen who are doing interviewing, they are poor. Also, I don't see how I can make money from it. So I left it and I started looking for work. I remember I called one day, I got a job. My first job leaving the university was as an assistant manager at Virgin Nigeria. And I called my mentor. I called her my second mother, Obiageli Ezekwesili. She was at the World Bank at the time. And I said to her, and mommy says, yes, I've just gotten a job as assistant. You know what it is? Your first job post-university. Use it to boast for life. I'm even using it to boast till today, as you can see. I said, Mom, my first job, assistant manager, Virgin. She's like, make sure you don't leave your place of purpose. I'm like, which kind of rubbish is this woman saying? And the first person in my family to be an assistant manager, you didn't say congratulations. You didn't say well done. You didn't say I'm proud of you. You are talking of purpose. God punish purpose. I was driving a car, the first car I ever bought in my life. I was having a big title. I had rented my first apartment. I thought, what can possibly, at the age of 24, what can possibly be bigger than getting this job? But she knew. Because the first time she had ever seen me was on the pages of Guardian newspaper conducting an interview. She knew that there was a purpose. I didn't know because I was distracted by poverty. I was distracted by other people. Distracted. Trying to do, imagine if you had told your parents 7 years ago that you wanted to be a podcaster. She's like, like, they would have thought you were insane. Imagine you told your mother 10 years ago you want to be a content creator. No matter what accent you said it in, they would think you had lost your mind. But if you had the courage and the clarity to know that this is something I'm extremely good at. Imagine the 19-year-old boy who is a Grammy Award winner, the 18-year-old guy, I forgot what his name, who was produced for Wizkid and all of that. Playing around with a laptop. Nobody understands what he's doing. Even the producers of the age did not understand that you can produce an entire album from just a laptop without any formal training. Imagine if he was so distracted looking for a proper job that he realized that this thing that comes so easily for me, one of the biggest cliches is hard work. That unless a thing is difficult, it has no value. So you are doing something very easy. You are emceeing. You are manufacturing. You found a way to develop code that nobody else had figured out. But it seems so simple to you. And nobody else is respecting you for it. And because at this age, most of you want the respect of your age mates. People who don't matter, who will not matter to your life in 5 years. What am I talking about? In 2.5 years. Because you are so distracted by going to Canada or Australia. So distracted. You are not paying attention to what's the thing that has come easily to me. People come and ask me for advice as their business. So what should I do in my business? I say, what is making you the most money, the easiest now? They would tell me, I say, why are you not doing more of it? They say, I'm trying to expand my clientele. You're trying to expand your clientele by doing more things that don't work rather than doing more of what is already working easily. Who is your biggest customer? They tell me how much. Have you offered the person more services? Have you tried to grow the person's spend? They say no. Why? Because I don't want to depend on one customer. Why not fill? The Bible says, my cup runs over. What does that mean? The cup must first be full. It cannot run over unless it is full. And so at this stage of your life, there are so many lies you will hear. I think the MC was the one saying it. There are things you will hear and things you will see. There's so many lies you will hear. The people telling you those lies mean well. They mean well. But they are often wrong on this one thing. One of the richest men in the world, his name is Ray Dalio. And he says the most successful people in the world find their own nature and align their lives to it. They find, what do I do easily? These are the questions you ask yourself. When do I work best? Morning, afternoon, or evening? Am I an introvert or am I an extrovert or am I an ambivert? Do I thrive with large numbers or do I thrive with single people? Do I dress well or do I dress poorly? Do I get a headache when I work for a long period of time? Or do I thrive if I work for a short period of time? Do I function well in cold environments or warm environments? Am I in the church where I hear things that make me want to go and do, or that make me spend years hating myself? Is that mentor firing my energy up, or is that mentor dampening my energy? Is school good for me or not good for me? Should I finish my course in Ofapuli, or should I come to Lagos and start apprenticeship? Should I make this job my full-time job, or is this thing I enjoy doing my passion? Should it be because as great as I love it, I'm not good at it. Don't say my passion is singing. I'm like, great, go and join the church choir. Don't enter a studio. Not with that voice. It's not the thing you are best at. Maybe you are best at producing. You are trying to be an actor for a long time. You are not getting good roles. Are you really good at it, or should you be a director? Should you be a casting lead? Should you be a movie maker person? That's what Biodun Stephen did. Biodun Stephen was looking for roles for years, and they kept telling her, we don't have roles for you. So he said, okay, why don't I go behind the scene? And now she's one of the best movie producers and directors you will ever see. She found her comfort zone. Many of you don't know that Kemi Adetiba has been a TV producer, TV presenter, all of that. And then one day she woke up and said, no, I went to the New York Film Academy. Said, the thing I want to do more than anything else is be a filmmaker. And I'm sharing these examples because they're entertainment examples, so you know them. We have examples of this in law, in medicine, in real estate, in surveying, in air flight, in aeronautic engineering. But the thing that you find the most is to find what you are good at. Go and audit your life over the past 4 years. What's the thing you do so that you have so much joy doing? And when you finish doing it, people tell you, that was so good. And don't gaslight yourself. Don't doubt it. It doesn't matter if people don't find it valuable. It does not matter. They don't know. The thing you will discover the more you become an adult is that most people don't know what they are doing. When I become an adult, I'm like, wait, I'm at the age where people are giving bad advice. I used to look at these people at 30 and think, I need to listen to old people. They didn't know what they were saying. They were trying to figure it out. Most of the things I knew about myself, they didn't know. Most of the things I knew about my industry, they didn't know. It doesn't need arrogance, it needs clarity. You don't go around telling them, you don't know what you are doing. No, that's not what I'm sending you. It's for you to apply it to your life. To say, my mother thinks that law, medicine is the future. She doesn't understand how the economy is running now. She has not seen the salary scales. She has not seen the piggy vest report. She doesn't know. It's not her fault. It's her job to advise you based on all she knows. But I know the industries that are running well now. I know where growth is coming from. I know what I can do better than anybody else. I love her. She loves me. But I'm the executive director of my own life. And I'm going to choose what comes easily, what I do better than anybody else. Don't let anybody distract you. You are doing a job. It becomes difficult, but you know that you are doing well. Don't be distracted by that dangerous word, my career path, which is usually what you've been told, not what you have discovered. What are you doing now that you can do better than anybody else? You are doing a job, your boss is praising you. Instead of you to continue, you are stuck with an idea you got from a motivational speaker in university. Meanwhile, you are currently doing something and you are growing fast at it. You are doing well. People are praising you for it. Your career is growing fast. They are giving you more responsibility. They are trusting you through your mistakes. And you are living it. Sheikh Beni. It must be a curse, but it's not a curse. It's because you've been told a lot of wrong messages in your life. You are running somebody else's script. It's time for deliverance. Somebody say deliverance. Somebody say deliverance. To be born again, we're in a church building, I've spoken here before, is to see the world with new eyes. That's what it is. And that's what most of you need. There's so much rubbish. And the poverty, I say that poverty's worst effect is that it's a reality distortion machine. So most of you pick a job that will kill you in the future because it's paying you 50,000 naira more. Even though you will never grow, you will never be promoted in it. You will never be able to develop your skills in it. You'll never be able to go exponentially grow in it. It's not your fault, it's the messages you've been told. But if there's anything I know for sure in my life, that message is wrong. I know it because I've interviewed over 1,000 people in my life. I have hired and supervised over 750 people in my life directly. And the one thing I know, and I've spoken to over 1 million people, that's if you count the 3 events, we have spoken to over 100,000 people, over 1 million people. And the thing I know for sure is this: if it is success you are looking for, if it's failure you are looking for, proceed as you are. If it's, and people may be looking for success, you never know, people have different, maybe they want to use it for do a TED talk in 15 years, but if it's success you are looking for, and more than that, if it is significance you are looking for. Significance means if they call your name, people know what you're good at. It just shows that you can fly business class. If they call your name, if it's significance you are looking at, then your job, your only job, is to audit your life over the past 4 to 10 years and ask yourself 2 questions. Number 1, what do I do better than most people? It may not be everybody else, but most people. What do I do better and easily? Easily. It may not even be, it's not, don't start with vision, start with reality. What I want to be, what do you want to be when you grow up is one of the worst questions they ask young people. What do you enjoy doing? What do you love? What do you do easily? That's one of the best questions you can ask a young person. Because most of us, what do you want to be in future? We got it on TV. We're watching the TV and we saw a pilot, we thought, ooh, that's great. But there are no planes in your village. Or something like that. No, wrong question. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you do well now? What comes easily now? What do you enjoy doing? What gives you results without having to work extremely hard? What is your boss praising you for? What do your teachers praise you for? What do your choir, whenever you go, people say, you do that so well. That means it might be looking good. In which case, you're a stylist, a makeup artist. Do you know that there's a job called a personal shopper? I'm sure you know that. You know, in every Adidas store, I just discovered a new job. There's somebody whose job is visual merchandising. Just when you enter into a store, how do we design it? It's a sales function, so that when customers come, they start spending immediately. There is a global director of visual merchandising role in every fashion company globally, from Louis Vuitton to Adidas. That means that if what you do best, you have to understand how ridiculous it is. When you enter a store, you're like, they should have arranged it like this now. This thing should be on this corner. These shoes, and then you think, when I'm talking about seriously, you think I'm talking about aeronautic engineering. If that's what you are good at, if you enter into your friend's house and you are able to, with one look, redesign that apartment without spending more money, that's what you are good at. If you're a hype man. What you do is when people are bored in an event like this, you hype them. That's what you are good at. That's what Dotun has used to become one of the best TV radio presenters in the country. That's the level of stupidity I'm talking about. The things that don't look serious to you. What are you good at? Maybe it's being a mother. Maybe it's being a father. When they keep children with you, you are like, my goodness. Then what can you do? You can become the person that runs the biggest nanny outfit in the country. You don't know because you are stuck with what I want to be in the future. No, what are you now? That's the first question. What can I do bigger, better than most of the people I see? And the second question, how long can I keep doing it until I become a master at it? How long will I keep doing it until I become a master at it? How long can I keep doing it until I become a master at it? How long can I keep doing it until I become a master at it? You are so lucky, most of you, not all of you, most of you in this room, because you are at that stage where you can answer that question without suffering too much of a cost. If you have 4 children, it becomes more difficult. If you have a sick grandmother and you're the only breadwinner, it becomes more difficult, but not impossible. Because Tiwa Savage became a musician in her 40s, and Mwabudu became a filmmaker in her 50s. And so many other examples I can give you. And Woji Homsu became an investor in her 40s. So there's no age, it's just degrees, orders of difficulty. But there's no age at which you can't make a change. But if you are 20, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. If this is the time where if you go and shoot a video from the main road in Abakaliki, it's getting hundreds of thousands of views. My goodness, you are so lucky because you don't have to pay house rent. You don't have to pay anybody's feeding. You can do it and become a master at it in 2-3 years. You can ignore all of us, ignore me, and just keep doing it. And while we are not paying attention, one day you come out and you are the best at it. And we say, oh my God, you are an overnight success. But we don't know that it took you 3 years of mastery to get there. If you're in your 20s, I envy you because you have such a chance to not make the mistake that I and so many people I've interviewed have made. You have a chance to become a master faster. You have a chance to discard the rubbish you've been told and listen to the truth that sets you free. You have a chance to discover your own nature and align your entire life with it. I pray that the wrong messages you have heard do not distract you from your destiny. Thank you.
Please can we put our hands together for Chude Jide Onwo. Thank you very much for speaking to us from your wealth of experience. God bless you. Thank you. Please, you can have a seat. Media, please, can you help with pictures? Media. All right. AOC, Chude, SDJ. All right.
You cannot shake hands with a clenched
Hold
fist.
on with the, thank you. One of the things that Chude said is that if you are here and
Let
you
us
are
sacrifice
still,
our today so that our children
Please,
can
can
have a
you-
better tomorrow.
media, please help me with, exactly, thank you. Right, so one of the things that Chude said is that if you are here, you are still very much younger in your 20s or early 30s, you have a chance to become a master faster. But the big question is, are you going to take it? One of the things that you figure out is across the step, every way in your life, there will be chances. There will be chances that life will offer you to turn around your life. But the big question remains, will you take it? Very similar to the believer's love walk, the journey of destiny will require that we become children again, that we become students again, that we be ready to learn the new way to live. He mentioned that what is that one thing that you know you can do? Many times you are always bothered with the things that you cannot do. You are bothered with the things that you don't have. You are bothered with the many disadvantages, and you've lost focus of the advantage that you have. Yourself, your uniqueness. what makes you special, right? Keep this in mind. One of the things that will be helping you decipher today is that thing that makes you special. Where are you? Where are you going to? But regardless, what is the advantage that is unique only to you, right? I want to use the chance to say Happy Democracy Day to Nigeria. We are not happy to be Nigerians anymore. Happy Democracy Day, Nigeria. You know, this is a little bit light-hearted, but I was going to say would play the national anthem just in my head earlier. Then it occurred to me that they changed the national anthem already. And the new one, I don't connect to it as emotionally as I did to the former one. So I figured out a smarter way to go around it. So we won't be singing the old national anthem, but the second verse of the, should I say now old national anthem, is a prayer that I want us to say for Nigeria. As much as we are very much in the light of how badly things have become, one of the things that we cannot take away is that we are Nigerians. This is our home, and it's for the betterment of every one of us. It's for the betterment of any one of us if Nigeria gets better, all right? So please, before we do that, can we, media, can you help with the pictures? So SDJ, AOC. So as we are taking the pictures, the second stanza of the now old national anthem is a prayer, and I want us to say it, right? Can I have our attention, please? Thank you. So we know it. It says, O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty height attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. You see, the second line says, guide our leaders right. Direction. One of the things that will hold you on the path of destiny, one of the things that will serve as the foundation for building nations, still remains direction, right? So clarity will help you move straight on the path of destiny. Just before we listen to the next speaker for today, as we continue to, please don't lose your attention, as we continue to dig deep on seeking clarity and growing across structured pathways, right? I have a video that will be playing on the screen, so just to not let us be very distracted, can you have, media, can you help me? So I just need you to look to the screen as the video plays. Can you play now? Yes.
You cannot shake hands with a clenched fist. Let us sacrifice our today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity. The fears are paper tigers. You can do anything you decide to do. You can act to change and control your life. And the procedure, the process, is its own reward. Do not mind anything that anyone tells you about anyone else. Judge everyone and everything for yourself. Learning never exhausts the mind. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Good judgment comes from experience, and a lot of that comes from bad judgment. No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. It is far better to be alone than to be in bad company. If you cannot do great things, do small things in a great way. Permanence, perseverance, and persistence in spite of all obstacles, discouragements, and impossibilities. It is this that in all things distinguishes the strong soul from the weak. Keep your face always toward the sunshine, and shadows will fall behind you. Ever tried, ever failed? No matter. Try again, fail better.
Can we have our eyes just to the screen? And I think we need a moment to take this in, right? Ever tried, ever failed? No matter. Try again, fail again, but feel better. You know, when Chude was saying that look for one thing that you're very good at, I know that for some person, there might be a question in your mind that I've never really been good at anything. You know, for some children early in life, life told them that they were not enough. Life taught them that they were just never going to be that guy. They were never going to be that superstar. They were never going to be successful. And it has been a struggle trying to amount to anything in life. They've tried, they failed. But one of the things that would distinguish people that would reside at the level of mediocrity, or those who will go into purposeful living, right, is that you try again. And even if you fail again, you ensure that what failure will be this time around is better. You know, I made mention of something. I said the mistakes we make is not that we set our goals too high to reach, but we set them too low that we attain them, right? The next speaker we'll be listening to, I'm going to be reading her profile, so I would crave your indulgence to please listen attentively. Abiola Olamoyegun is a seasoned information security and internal audit executive with 25 years of dedicated experience in architecting enterprise-wide cybersecurity programs, risk management, and regulatory compliance. A trusted advisor to C-suite executives and boards of directors. She specializes in translating complex threat landscapes into actionable risk management strategies. She has a proven track record of securing critical infrastructure across the healthcare and financial sectors. Throughout her career, Abiola has successfully bridged the gap between complex technical security architectures and rigorous business objectives. She has a proven track record of designing robust IT defense strategies, leading global incident response teams, and executing comprehensive internal audits for Fortune 500 enterprises. Core competencies include executive leadership, security strategy, board reporting, budget management, team building, risk and compliance, zero trust architecture, vendor risk management, CISSP, CISM, CRISC security operations, threat intelligence, incident response, red, blue learning, and cloud security. You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I make welcome Mrs. Abiola Olamoyegun.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, please do take your seat. How is everybody doing today? Amazing. First of all, I want to say thank you to the host for the invitation. Thank you for inviting me. And I want to say thank you to you all, for you coming in and investing the time in yourself. I think this is the best time you would you will spend in yourself. And braving the weather. I think the weather is a bit yucky today. But you're here. As Demola was talking about, yes, last year we were talking about know your tribe. And I'm going to talk about myself. So my name is Abiola Oyinlola Olamoegun, nee Karena. So I'm from Lagos State. I'm from Isaleko here. I went to school here in Nigeria. And when I was young, I went to Chrisland Primary School. And there was a young lady that was we sat together on the same seat. And her name was Buki. And Buki's dad was a pilot, and her mom was a flight attendant, and they worked for Nigerian Airways. And every day, and I love to color and draw, and every week her mom was in London and her dad was in London. I only got to travel once a year. And she would bring these Crayola crayons and she would color. And of course, because we both had very strong personalities, we clashed a lot. So when we clash, then I'm not her friend that week. So I don't get to play with her crayons. She doesn't get to share. Of course, I have old crayons, not because I didn't have crayons, but they're old. She has new crayons every week. She has new hair bows. And, I was in primary 2 then, and I said to myself, I am going to be an airplane pilot. And every week, I'm going to buy my children new stuff. That was primary 2. So when anybody ever asks me, what do you want to be, Lola? I want to be an airplane pilot. What do you want to be? I want to be an airplane pilot. So I did my WAEC. We don't have a flight school in Nigeria. The closest was going to be in Legon in Ghana. The next one was going to be in Addis Ababa. And I wasn't finna to go to Addis Ababa. And I didn't like the accents of the Ghanaians at that time. So I went to school for my first degree in mechanical engineering, but I wanted to be a pilot. So I went to America. And I went to flight school. And I am an airplane pilot. And I flew. And I enjoyed flying. But then I realized that I want a family. So how can you be an airplane pilot? And I am a typical Yoruba woman. I love to cook. I love to take care of my children. I'm the first of 5 children. There's so many things I want to do that being an airplane pilot will not support it. So there needed to be a change. But I still love flying. I still love traveling. Then I realized that you don't really need to be an airplane pilot to buy your children something new every time. And then I remember what my mom used to say. I can buy it, but I just think you don't need it. So she was a pastor of no. And I'll go, Mommy, I know what you're going to say. Well, if you know what I'm going to say, then don't bother asking. Because the answer was going to be no. So I realized that I loved flying. I loved being an airplane pilot, but I still wanted to be a mommy. I wanted to be somebody's mommy. I wanted to be home. I wanted to do all those things. So then there was a paradigm shift in what I wanted to do. And I started going back to school. So I'm going to fast forward to knowing your tribe, where this topic came from. My passion was to be an airplane pilot, but my passion wasn't going to give me where I needed to be. So my first daughter is on her way to college, and I asked her, she has the heart, and I'm telling you this little tiny stories because I believe they're going to resonate more. You're going to remember them. And I asked my first daughter, very lovely young lady, has a heart of my dad. Because my dad just loves, that's all he has. And I asked her, And she loves children. So if anybody comes for, I love children too. So my door is always open for children to come in. And every time the children comes in, they want to talk to my daughter. They want to hang out with my daughter. All the children will say, I don't want you to give me a shower. I think I want mama to give me a shower. I think she makes bubbles. She does all this stuff. So I'm asking my daughter, and I asked her one day, I said, so, Mama, what do you think you want to be? Oh, I think I want to be a teacher. I said, teacher, call teacher ni. You're not going to be a teacher. I said, as a matter of fact, when you go to school, go and join children's church and get it out of your system. Why did I say that? I thought about it. And I looked at the trajectory of teacher, where I am in technology. I look at where school is going to go in the next couple of years. She's going to be out of a job. She's only 17. If you are a teacher now, and we can have online school. When I went to university, you had to have your paper schedule. You had to have your syllabus. You had to have textbooks. Now, those who go to college don't have textbooks. They don't have syllabus. They send their teachers email. If the teacher is not there, they take the class in their room. So after a certain while, what is going to happen to teachers? They're going to be obsolete. After a certain while, they're not going to pay human beings to teach. What are they going to do? They're going to have artificial intelligent agents teaching the children. So I told her, you cannot be a teacher. Please look for something else. And then I used the mommy rule. You have to do what I say you are going to do. Unless you don't want to move out of the house. You want to live in the basement. Now, my second daughter says she wanted to be a doctor. I said, that's all well and good, but the competition is steep now. I'll give an example. Before, when you had to have heart surgery, they will open them from chest to bottom, open the heart. Now, the incision of a heart surgery is like that small. Medicine is growing. There's a lot of technology out there. Everything is growing. We're moving very, very fast. So I tell my children, I am in my 50s. I'm very close to retirement. They're just starting. There is a lot to learn now. Why do you need to know your tribe? How do you build that hyper adaptability? It's that you don't have everything that you need. The first thing, one of the speaker's guide I read was know who you are. Yes, you need to know who you are. You may not exactly know where you're going. And that's okay for you not to know where you're going. It's perfectly all right. You can find out by knowing and connecting with people who are going somewhere. So in my career, when I started my career as an airplane pilot, after I've done all this work, I decided to work in technology. I got to technology. I started working as a network engineer. I'm talking about 1998. I'm in the rack room, in the server room. I'm racking routers, and I'm talking about the time when we lay cables. They're not fiber optic cables. These are real hardware cables for all your network and your computer, and lay all these cables and all these routers. Then one day I move out of there again, and I'm walking down, and then I meet somebody. I said, okay, I'm going to go to systems engineering. Moved to systems engineering, started doing systems engineering. Then I moved and that was in Ohio. Moved from Ohio in 1999, moved to Maryland. Then I started doing more of a system design and system engineering. I love problem solving. I love being the key contact. I continue doing that. Then I moved away from there. I saw an opportunity and I talked to people. So I'm one of those people that talk to people. So I started asking my friends, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And then they would tell me what they did. I say, oh, I like that. Why don't we chat? And then I had a couple of Indian people work for me. And on Saturday, one of them came to me. I don't know if when they say no, they do this. When they say yes, they do this. And they said, "Oh, Abiola." I said, "Yes." He said, I cannot do presentation. Why don't I teach you Java and you teach me project management? I said, "Okay." And then Saturday, I meet in the house and I see all these Indians. And there's somebody that knows Java, there's another person that knows SQL, there's another person that does architecture, there's another person that does solution architect. And what are they doing? They're cross-training each other. And I said, "No, okay, you don't know project management. I'll teach you project management. You don't know this, I'll teach you this. Abiola, no, let me teach you this. Why don't you go into security? Let me teach you solution architect. Let's look at some security tools. Know this, learn the architecture, learn the backbone, learn this, learn this." So I'm sitting down and I'm doing all this, and we are cross-pollinating. That was my first tribe. I started going into areas I never knew anything about. Because I never knew anything about it, I didn't have the interest in it. So the first thing I'm going to do, first exercise we're going to do now is I want everybody to get up and switch your seats. And switch your seat to somebody you were not sitting with before. Just move around. Don't look at the person you're sitting beside. Go and sit with somebody else. And in 3 minutes, ask the person beside you, what do they do? What are they interested in? What do they do? Just ask them. The person beside you, what do they do? Okay, so what did you learn? What did one survey tell you? Okay, anybody wants to share with me? What did the person beside you say she wants to? She's a caterer. Nice. Okay. And what do you want to do? What do you do? Pardon me? Oh, AI, artificial intelligence. Awesome. So I'm going to pick somebody else. Young man, what did she want to do? Put you on the spot, right? You can't be shy today. What does he want to do?
Sorry?
What does he do?
He's an entrepreneur.
He's an entrepreneur. So what kind of entrepreneur? What kind of business do you do? I would love to know. Do me?
Yeah, a building material.
So like
No, I'm into building materials.
building materials.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. So and you?
I'm a student.
You're a student. What's your line of study? Philosophy.
Yes.
So we have somebody who is in philosophy. We have artificial intelligence. So now take somebody at the back. Somebody from the back. Yes.
Okay, so she's a woman. She's into women, like advocate for women, and she's into NGOs for women.
Awesome.
Her name is Miss Francis. Just to be Francis, Francis. Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
And
Nice.
we've exchanged our cards.
Awesome. You see that? Now, you look at the gentleman that wants to do artificial intelligence, and you look at the young lady that's a caterer, and you want people to know about your offering, right? You want people to know that you offer catering services. Do you know that the gentleman you have sitting beside you will be able to build AI agents that pushes your offering so far out, further than you think? Do you know you can talk to him and say, I want people in Abeokuta to know that I have this and that my services, I can get it to them. And I want another AI agent to be able to handle my logistics while I'm in my kitchen in my room. Did you know that? The gentleman sitting right beside you should be part of your circle of influence. He's working in AI. Why don't you make her catering business one of your projects? Do you see that? He is into building materials. Do you know that right now you just increased your circle of influence now because now everybody knows what you're doing? The dangers of not speaking. So I'll tell you why you should know your tribe again. True life story. I am a self-motivator and I am a pastor. I'm a youth pastor. And I can motivate myself. I think I am very good at, I am very confident in myself. So, like I said, I'm working in technology. I love what I do. Everybody looks up to me. They want to hear what I have to say. I have the solution and I have the knowledge. I'm reading all this stuff. So one day I go for a wedding in Atlanta. And when I got to Atlanta, one of my very good friends was working, she was getting married, and I went out there. She had it in a beautiful farmland in Atlanta. And I went there, I said, okay, I'm going to chill, I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm working, I'm making money, the money is good, blah, 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 and everything else. And then, after the wedding, the night after the wedding, everybody came downstairs and they're eating and drinking and we're chatting. And then I saw 5, I think there were about 6 of them. And this, my friend, went to Kellogg Business School, one of the top business schools. And she was the vice president of Standard & Poor's at that time. And I saw these 5 people talking, and they were talking, and I kept looking at them. They weren't talking technology, they weren't talking money, but they were talking in raw materials. They were talking about Nigerian economy in the terms I've never heard it. And I'm wondering, what do they do? And I saw one of them was one of the top directors of FCMB that worked for Otumba Shubomi. And there was another one that worked for, I think it was Access Bank. And then there were other 2 men that worked in America. And all of them were Harvard graduates. And I stared at them for so long that there was a mark of difference between me, myself, and them. So I went back into my room and I was on the call and I called my friend. I said, Kemi, I've been oppressed. She's like, Lola, nobody can ever oppress you. I said, Kemi, today they oppressed me. I had the money, but there was something missing. So it's not all about money, you know. You can have the money. You can have all the money. But success is not money. There was something. So I now asked my friend. After that night, I went home. I said, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a meeting with Fumi, who was my friend I was getting married. And you know what? I'm going to give you her name. Her name is Fumilayo Taiwo. She's an awesome mentor. Look for her on LinkedIn and follow her. If she wonders why you're following her, just put in the message and say, you met Auntie Lola. Everybody calls me Auntie Lola or Sister Lola. And she said, I should follow you. Follow her. She's on LinkedIn. Her name is Fumilayo Taiwo. She's one of the directors of Bank of America, in charge of mergers and acquisition. And I had a meeting. We had another birthday party, and I was there. And Fumi and I said, we need to go to dinner. And we went to dinner, and Fumi told me, she said, Lola, you're making a lot of money doing what you love doing, but you are working for decision makers. You need to change from being tactical into being strategic. Tactical means I'm the one doing the work. And the strategies that are up there, there needs to be a switch. You're going to need to take a few steps back and position yourself from a strategic perspective than tactical. So Fumi was my number 1 tribe. My second one is Shade Adegboyo, who is one of the chiefs for SSA, Social Security Administration, who says, Lola, don't worry about what you're going to do when you get into that room. The only thing is get into that room. And if there's no seat for you at the table, they will make one for you. Because you better believe you belong in that room. That was my second tribe. Now, I'm not going to tell you that there's an easy path. But with the people that you know and the knowledge you get, will map how you're going to go. There are going to be some times when you're going to feel like you're going in the wrong direction. Yes. But the knowledge that you have captured and gathered along the way is very, very useful to where you're going to end up. We're all not going to be multi-billionaires. I wouldn't even know what to do with $1 billion if I have it. I think I'll have a heart attack. That's what I keep saying. I don't need $1 billion, but I want to be able to walk into a store and not buy something, not because I couldn't afford it, but just because I don't want it. That's stability. Now, for young people, there's one thing. Artificial intelligence is no longer an elephant in the room. It has become native to what we do today. It's going to be native to everything. I told a couple youth in my church, I have lawyers, I have those who went to school lawyers, I have the finance, I have those who work in several industries. What did I tell them? I said, go and learn how to be a bricklayer. Like, auntie, I said, yeah. You go and learn how to be a plumber. You go and learn how to do carpentry. You go and learn how to be a bricklayer. You go and learn how to fix HVAC. We call it HVAC, which is AC in America. You go and do this. They said, auntie, why? I said, you know what? Economy, I don't know about Nigeria, is shifting that way in America. In another 5 years, IT will reduce by 50%, is the truth. IT jobs, at least 50%. Why? We continue to build efficiency. We continue to make the process better. We continue to automate the processes so we have less people and the system doing more. So I'm doing more. We're pushing for efficiency. We're pushing for more tools. We're pushing for more solution. So the work that requires 20 people to do no longer does require 20 people. We only need 5 people. So what happens to the rest of the 15 people? So as the world, you remember I said something, hyper adaptability. Write that word down. Google it. Hyper adaptability. For all of us, and I say all of us because I'm putting you, I want to grow too, is how do you adapt to the way things are changing now? How fast can you adapt? It's by increasing your knowledge space, increasing your tribe, knowing those people that support what you want to do, and being open to new things. I know everybody, we've heard, do not put your eggs in one basket. You have to diversify your portfolio. Your passion necessarily may not make you money. I tell my youth that too in my church. If your passion is not making you money, then it's not your passion. When you start doing it and you have money in your bank account, you'll be happy. Right? You may do what you don't like, but when you go into your bank account every month and you see the money, oh yeah, you will be happy, even if you don't like what you do. So passion no longer gets the money. It's what do you do? What do you do now? And how do you make yourself We've moved around. I hope that before you leave here, you're going to talk to each person, like the young lady that I said is a caterer. How can technology help your business? How can technology make your offering far and reach further out? Do we have people in the U.S.? I'm going to tell you this. I'm coming here to Nigeria, and I took my curtain measurement because I'm going to have my curtains made here. Because why? I love the fabric in Nigeria. Now, the gentleman that is going to make my curtain is in Yaba. He did it for somebody, and I saw it in my friend's house in Nigeria here. Now, the gentleman that has made it in Yaba, I have given his number to 6 people. Is there a market outside Nigeria that you may be reaching to? Yes. Yes. For the lady that runs the NGO, are there organizations in US that you need to be reaching to? Yes. Get on LinkedIn. Start dropping, follow people. Start putting messages in their DM and say, this is what we do. This is what my organization do. This is what we do. This is what we support. Increase your knowledge, your network. You are selling building materials. You're selling construction. Are there people outside Nigeria that are interested? Yes. Can the gentleman that is doing AI help you? Yes. He should be part of your tribe. He should be part of your network. We limit ourselves when we keep the knowledge within ourselves. So when you go somewhere, make sure you say good morning. We've lost that, especially in Nigeria, and it's quite sad. When you walk into a room, you just walk in with your head down and you're on your phone. Put your phone in your pocket and you say hello to everybody you meet and introduce yourself. And say, good morning, my name is this, nice to meet you. Even if they don't respond, you know what? They will remember your name. You continue to build your tribe and continue to grow in your knowledge space. And when you do that, you define your destination. Because most of us don't know where we're going. Because the target keeps changing. We know what we love. We know what we desire. We know what we want. But it's getting there. And there are many roads to get there. It's just not one way. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together once again for Mrs. Abiola Olamoyegun? Thank you very much for speaking to us, giving us insights on how to define our destinations and ensure that indeed we arrive there with all sense of finesse and beauty. Thank you. Once again, if you just walked in, probably when Abiola was speaking, this is the June pilot edition of the You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026. And here we are not just finding our people, we are ensuring that we are walking straight in the path of our directions. And not just doing that, we are growing across structured pathways. Before we bring up stage the next speaker, would love to bring up SDJ Abiola just for pictures, media. All right, or we'll do that later. Yeah, so if I have your attention, I'll be reading the profile of the next speaker. David Okoyemi Oke is the Vice President of World Trade Center Lagos and a member of the Advisory Council on Trade Services at the World Trade Centers Association, WTCA, representing Middle East and Africa. He is a seasoned policy strategist, trade expert, and development leader with nearly 2 decades of experience across Africa. He has led and contributed to policy design and development initiatives spanning trade and economic governance, youth development, migration, and internet governance, working with both public and private institutions in countries including Uganda, Benin Republic, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and DR Congo. Previously, he served as head of trade services at World Trade Center Abuja, founded Equip Africa, Integrated Development Initiative, and was Director General Nigeria of the Global Council of Promotion of International Trade, GCPIT. He has also served as Director General of a leading chamber of commerce in Lagos and played a key role in supporting the domestication of the AFCFTA, fondly known as DOC. He is the founder and global president of CELA, convener of the Emerging Africa Leaders Summit, and an alumnus of SPPG Africa. Once again, You Need Your Tribe 2026. Please, with a clapping ovation, make welcome Dr. Opeyemi David Oke. Please, we can put our hands together better.
Thank you. SDJ, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I don't know what to say again. I think I should just drop mic and go because, so, because when Chidi was talking, I was like, okay, this man stole my book, right? But he left something behind that I said, okay, when I come here, I'll come and run some more. If you know what I mean, do you understand Yoruba? I'll come and run some more. If you don't understand, ask the person sitting next to you. And, Auntie Abiola came and just chewed that part of the book, and I'm like, Kiwalo Kubai. Thank you very much for such insightful delivery and for flying hours, just for the sake of this destiny. Please, there is an applause for her again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. By the way, Auntie Abiola is a very wonderful host. If you find yourself in the US, your life will never be the same if you connect with her, Well noted, She's a wonderful host. Thank you very much, man. Please, would you be kind to help me celebrate our matriarch of purpose, vision, and clarity, SDJ, and AOC for convening such a powerful conference. You Need Your Tribe. I mean, the first time myself and Demola spoke about this, I could really, I sunk myself into the idea of the vision because I understand the importance of this at such a time as this in Nigeria, on the continent of Africa, with the way things are going. And see, all of us in this room, whether we like it or yes, responsibility has dropped purpose on your lap. Whether you wake up to it or you don't wake up to it, all you need to do is just wake up, smell the coffee, and rise up to your responsibility. Because reformers have to rise. I'm a man of faith, and I'm not apologetic about it. I wanted to say I'm sorry, but I'm not apologetic about it. And I understand that, that I'll be a bit scriptural, but I'm not sermonizing. When Bible says that in the last days, the saviors will emerge from Zion, right? And that tells me that the saviors that must emerge from Zion are seated right here. And for us to emerge, we need to find ourselves within a tribe. We need to be in a room where we speak the same language, where we understand the assignment for this time and season, and we can hold ourselves, support ourselves, encourage ourselves to ensure that we emerge across sectors, across industries, across politics, in governance, in policy, in entertainment, whatever it is that God has called you to, in photography, and whatever these my amazing men are doing. Please celebrate the volunteers for me again. We are going to have to build, I think I'm the first person that will be moving around. I'm very restless, sorry. We're going to have to intentionally curate a community of people who understand the language we speak. Because there are things that you will say that an average mind cannot relate with. So if you're not careful, because, our generation, one of the major reasons why I think that the generation, I'm not that old, but I think I'm in a generation ahead of some people here. All right, I'm 40 in the next few months. So our generation failed, and the generation ahead of us failed in one thing. All of us were individualistic in our approach to trying to solve problem, and that way it was easy for us to be, segregated and divide and rule and all of those things. But you see, the generation that is coming, that we fix, that we rebuild the broken wall, will have to belong to a tribe that speak the same language, and they're going to have to hold each other, dream together, cry together when things are not working, and we're able to intentionally curate a community of reformers that will rebuild the broken wall. Can I say amen to that? Amen. Oh yeah, now I'm sermonizing. Open your Bible to right. So you need your tribe, and I'm excited about the conversation of clarity. Now, Chide said something. A lot of us had to, because I remember when I was 20, life started for me quite early. I was 21 when I left university, right? And I was a multi-potentialite. Everybody that went to university together, University of Ilorin, that went to university between 2003 and 2007, still wonders how I'm not a pastor today, because everybody thinks that this guy, Benny, just go and start church. I was a ministry material, fantastic guy, fellowship boy. I sing easily. Music comes very easy to me. There are a lot of, popular songs that you sing today, worship songs that are my song, that I just give to popular artists to sing. Sometimes they come to my house, I record them, I produce them, right? Most of my friends know Okpe Orin. They say, what happened to Okpe Orin? I was still listening to some of my songs yesterday. I was like, Omoga, So everybody thought I would do music because I was coordinating music here and there, right? So I had a lot of things I wanted to do. I'm from a political family as well, so I felt like I joined politics at the age of 16. Can I shock you? Like, not that somebody told me I joined. I have my membership card. I lied about my age that I was 18. I was 16 when I joined political party, Alliance for Democracy. At 18, I was a volunteer driver for Action Congress. At about 1920, I was a mobilizer for Action Congress of Nigeria. So when it became APC, we're there. So I didn't join APC. I joined the Alliance for Democracy of those days. So but what path am I going to follow? Where are going to go safe? And let me see. And the truth is, we needed to survive. But there's my major message today, which I want to tell you. I think Auntie Bella said a lot about it, is, my dear brothers and sisters, anybody that tells you to follow your passion does not love you. Can I say it again? That's one of the major misnomer in the Aspire to Perspire ministry. Anybody that tells you to follow your passion does not love you. Follow the opportunities. Because let me tell you, if you follow passion, clock it, you better clock that one very well. Follow opportunities, do not follow passion. Right? See, let me tell you. If Bill Gates followed passion, he will not be here today. Nobody is passionate about one very nice computer. But you know what happened? He became a billionaire, and now he's following his passion to say, I want to kill mosquito in Africa. I want to kill all the mosquitoes in Africa. He's doing malaria stuff, He's no longer really active with Microsoft anymore. He's now pursuing, See, passion without money is going to turn to passion. Man, no. And some of us, and I worry for young people, because of time, I'm unable to. I would have loved to go around the room. Maybe when we get to our tribes and we start talking, I'll be able to. I like to go around the rooms. SDJ, I'm concerned at the level at which we see young people today who are not even rooted in their identity yet, pursuing impact and funding NGOs, doing social good. Do you get what I'm saying? As good as that sounds, as beautiful as that may sound, as laudable as that sounds, I will say to you that it is important that you are rooted in identity before you chase impact. Because at the end of the day, we've seen rishi people who did a lot of NGOs. And you see, for SDJ runs a foundation. For people that work in foundation and work in social impact space, you'd realize that what we see in NGOs today is people profiteering from other people's predicaments and challenges. Do you understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, because you not blame them, they have suffered. They've gone to Makoko, they've gone to Kinikon, they've gone to this, they've gone to that, they've done all of this. One fund that just came, throw them $150,000. What are you saying? They will say to themselves first and say, these years of suffering. So at the end of the day, impact is lost. Now, don't mind me. You see, I'm taking a lot of things, but I'm going somewhere. And I'm saying that to say that, see, there will never be a better time to be African than now. And I love the disruption that is happening globally. Chidi was telling us about how Nigerians are being evicted from South Africa. Ghana have started their own. Nigeria must go. We did Ghana must go some years back, right? And all of that. And I'll let you know that this season, this era, is one of the best era to be Africans. I know a lot of you want to jackpot. I know if Auntie Bella came today and say, I have 10 blue passports, how many want to follow me back to Maryland, United States? I'm sure that there'll be fight, there'll be war in this place because a lot of people want to struggle for the passport. But if I were you, the best time to hog your green passport is now. I have a lot of, I'm quite mobile. I travel quite a lot. I have Americans that beg me to marry them because they want to have Nigerian passport. Why? They see the opportunities. I'm going somewhere. They see the opportunities. I beg of you in God's name, with what is happening in the country today and on the continent today, is a major, major distraction to purpose. So what you find is a lot of you would abandon what God will have you do here, would abandon opportunities that you can leverage and build, and like Auntie Bella said, build a pipeline that can distribute to other parts of the world, like the man that is making her curtains in Yaba is doing, to go and hustle for opportunities abroad. And by the time you realize, time don't go. By the time you come back, you are misplaced in purpose. Like I said, I returned from the US maybe 2 weeks ago, thereabout. So I see our Nigerians a lot. And I see them, one thing is common amongst all of them. One thing they say is that, okay, if I've left the time I did. Right? If I have my way, I'll come back home. My brother now, his work is remote. He spends 70% of the time in Nigeria, now trying to catch up on the lost time to reposition himself within the market and build relevance. Now, I'm saying that to say something. Nigeria, Africa, has become the next frontier for global trade and investment. And the rebuilders are sitting in this room. And if you ever allow poverty, like Chude said, there was a Kinikon machine. I can't remember how it defined poverty earlier. Sir? Reality distortion machine. If you allow the realities of your life, the challenges of the country, the noise within the political space, they know what they are doing, yo. If you allow that, distort your movement, distort your vision, distort the blueprint that God has given you for your life and for the journey that you are trying to run, you will lose out. Are you aware? Don't forget I started by saying that don't follow your passion. Follow what? The opportunities. For me, I had a lot of potentials, like I said. I wanted to be a lot of things. I wanted to be everything. I founded an NGO. I followed my passion. That's one of the major wrongest decisions I've ever made. It's not a wrong decision now when I look back in hindsight. But if I had people, if I had voices, that if I attended a conference like this where I heard people like this or had interaction with people, at that phase of my life, I wouldn't have taken that decision. So because I suffered and struggled growing up, I felt like my purpose, of course, I want to make sure that nobody suffers to go through life. So I also started an NGO, and I did that with passion, right? So don't forget, I said life started for me early. I was 21 when I left university. By the grace of God, I never suffered. I didn't look for job. I've been I'm a black sheep of my family. Do you get? There is a pattern everybody follows at home. Graduate from school, join immigration or something. All my brothers are wearing uniforms, right? Because we had opportunities there. But I knew that there was more to me than all of that, right? I got a good job. I left the job to go and pick a job in banking with a lower qualification because I wanted to learn. So I had good salary. At 23, I left the country, went to work in Belgium, had a lot of money. When I was supposed to be positioned to build wealth, guess what I was doing? I was doling it out because there was no responsibility now. I was doing NGO, do this one here, do that one here, do this one here. I ran on passion so much. So 80% of my income, consider responsibility now. My parents were good. My brothers could take care of them. I could take care of my family as well. I was not married. There is no child, no wife, nothing. So I was just running in the giants now in Nigeria, in UK, in US, a lot of them. I'm excited for such impact. But guess what? We're making impact, but my passion, I thought passion inside the house was flocking me. I am not joking. I went through life frustrated. I was so frustrated, I didn't know what to do. My friends that saw me, that this guy has an edge because of how I started, they saw that, Ogbeni, we are not hearing anything again until I had to advise myself. Alaye, calm down. Follow the opportunities. If you were listening to my profile, you would realize that I found my path in international trade and policy. I've always known I will solve problem. I know that I'm a major factor in the rebuilding process of the continent of Africa. So I decided to change my lens to follow opportunities in international trade. I now began to retrain myself, to learn, to redeploy myself. And now I am solving even more important problem, making money, making good money. Are you hearing English? Do you hear the English? Making good money, and I'm solving problems. I've advised 17 countries on the continent of Africa. So imagine that I had stayed on what I used to know. Passion. By now, I will have passion away. Matic passion. If you know what that means. Now, I'm saying that to say something. See, regardless of your background, regardless of the current realities of your life, regardless of whatever it is you're going through, what is happening in your environment, the truth of the matter is that there is more to you than meets the eye. There's so much more to you. And one thing is important, one thing we have to do, you must do before you leave this place, is to make a resolve to say that I need to find my path. In this whole complex equation of life, of whatever it is that you call it, life, purpose, what is my path? What will God have me do? In quotes, what am I competent at? What am I good at? What am I passionate about? I'm passionate about economic inequality. I'm passionate about, exclusion. And that was what I was pursuing. But I'm now doing that from a more strategic position. Imagine that I stuck with, Equip Africa, doing NGO. The most I would do is to start, maybe I have an innovation center in Badagry, Abi. Maybe I would double it to Oshun, double it to somewhere, and maybe by now, do you get what I'm saying? Maybe also position for grants and everything. But the position I sit now, as the vice president of World Trade Center, I'm solving major economic problem for Nigeria and for the sub-region of Africa. Today, I'm one of the members of the Members Advisory Council, MAC. That's the second highest council of the WTCA. That's 360 World Trade Centers across about 112 countries. I'm representing Middle East and Africa. And every time I'm at the table, I am speaking for the continent. I'm attracting investment to the continent. We just did $450 million in renewable energy within the last 2 years. Over the next 1 year, we are raising $40 million for some strategic industries. How? I am fulfilling purpose, but following what? Opportunities. And how did I start? I started by volunteering at the local Chamber of Commerce in Badagry because I understand that I just wanted to be involved in that. From there, they said, oh, come and lead the youth wing. Opportunities came. I was volunteering. They said, come and lead, I'll round off now. Come and lead the youth wing of the chamber. SDJ, I started volunteering. They were not paying me salary. In the place I was suffering passion, right? I started volunteering as a youth leader. You see that my mouth is sweet, Abi. So I used to go around, talk to people about commerce. It was Badagry, close to the border, So I'll talk about cross-border trade. I will sit down and read about cross-border trade. I started reading ECOWAS, ETLS. I started reading policies and all of that. And before you knew it, one day, the Director General, I was 32. Director General of the Chamber of Commerce misbehaved. And they asked him to go. They're like, how do we get a ditch? So they saw a very vibrant young man who I was very vocal, I was doing this, I was doing that. He said, so one man, we just sat in the meeting, he said, why are we looking to employ a DG when we have a young man here? Let's give him a chance now. That's how they gave me the chance to act as the Director General of the Chamber of Commerce at 32. 3 months acting. I acted well. Hey, God of heaven, I acted very well. As a matter of fact, by the end of month 1, we had done more than the former DG did in 1 year. So I left it. I said, Badagry is no longer a town. Badagry is a division. Ibile, Ikorodu, Badagry, Ikeja, Lagos Island, Ekpe. So, and Badagry division covers from Semeboda all the way to Ajeromi, Felodun. I said, we will not sit in Badagry anymore. Now, you know what I did? I went, opportunities, I'll go to Alaba to buy things now. I said, whew. I read online that Alaba International Market is the world's largest incubator in the World Economic Forum. Because incubator of business, our Alaba, this Igbo apprentice. So they were doing a study at the time. I started spotlighting it. That we're Badagry Chamber of Commerce. I went to Alaba International Market. I told them things that they have never heard about themselves. Before you knew it, we grew. From there, they were saying, AFCFTA came up. After the African Continental Free Trade Area, that's the largest. How many of you have even heard about that before as Africans and you're doing business? You see? A lot of you don't. There are a lot of opportunities. A single market of 55 countries, 1.4 billion people, cumulative GDP of $3.4 trillion. By 2030, we double to $7 trillion. Look at the markets you are missing. And guess what? You can be an event planner here. And in one flight away to Rwanda, you can register your business in 3 hours in Rwanda. Without paying tariff, without paying tax, you can set up a business in Rwanda, and you are doing it, and you can extend to Kenya, and you can actually start talking to Tanzania and Uganda. Unlike before, where border was shut against each other, where there are different standards and different requirements for you to do business across different countries on the continent. Now, we have unified the market. That's opportunity. That's what you'll be following. So many of you know that. Hey, SDJ, like so. They said, they are setting up implementation committee for AFCFTA. Oh, this young man in Badagry that is very vocal. I was not even a member. They just called us for one meeting, and I got there. I said, we are discussing AFCFTA. I'm Badagry. Come to Semeboda. Majority of our Kiniko are informal trader. How can we begin to capture them in net so that, we can help them formalize their business? The special advisor to the president was saying, this boy, he called me right after. He said, I want you in my committee. From there, I became more pronounced. Global Council for Promotion of International Trade were looking for Director General for Nigeria. What are you saying? And I was local Chamber of Commerce in Badagry. You think I will not move? They just wooed me and said, can you come? I moved to GCPIT. Straight up. And I became ex-officio in Badagry. And I'll just be giving advice. So I was working with Global Council for Promotion of International Trade for less than a year. Then one day, I just opened my LinkedIn. You see? A lot of you, how many of you are even on LinkedIn? No, sorry, not on LinkedIn. How many of you are even active on LinkedIn? Yeah, very active on LinkedIn. How many of you have found opportunities on LinkedIn before? I would just report about the things I do within the international trade space. And one day, to be precise, July the 13th, 2024, I got a DM from World Trade Center. They said, we are looking for you, for someone, and your profile fits it perfectly. I said, me, World Trade Center, I shall go. I shall go. I did the interview. As a matter of fact, the money they offered me, Auntie Bella, was not as much as what I was earning with GCPIT. But I knew World Trade Center. Me, that I remember that I was on secondary school assembly when 9/11, 2001, I was in SS3. When we heard the news of 9/11, I was like, World Trade Center. So that stuck in my head. So I went there. Thank God for friends like Joel. Thanks for friends like, see, you need your tribe. Oh. These are my tribe, And guess what? I got to World Trade Center. It looked very good on the outside, but inside was very challenging. And I was head of trade services. But I had tribes that were speaking to my ears and making me see possibilities to say, I wanted to leave immediately. I will not lie. I can't deal with all this. Ogbeni, you will stay here. Purpose was locked in there. So some of you need to actually build your resilience and tenacity and staying power. The challenge you're facing right now is unlocking purpose within you if you pay attention deep enough. Little did I know that the victimization I was seeing was about to unlock something for me. Opportunity came. I traveled to headquarters in New York for the first time. And they saw me in New York. I read like a mad person. Sorry, Baba wants to chase me. I read like, I'm almost there. I read like a crazy person. And when it comes to Africa and the opportunities that are locked in on the continent, I know it too well. I read it too well. I study it like I'm studying the scriptures. Like my life depends on it. And I got in the room. And they were talking their global this thing. And I said, no, Africa is not on the table. I think I have the video somewhere online. Africa is not on the table here. And I began to When I began to talk, the general, purpose is locked in challenges. Oh, the General Counsel of the Global World Trade Center globally, he's a pastor and he's a Christian. And he sat in one corner and he was looking at me. And when I finished speaking, by the following day, I was appointed I went for training. By the following day, I was appointed as a member of the Members Advisory Council on Trade Services. And the guy looked at me. He said, can I talk to you? I see you. I see Christ in you. I said, me and my tribe. My tribe there. And he prophesied into me. He said, we are seeing the emails and we see the challenges you are having with your current employer. You're not going to last with them, but we don't want to lose you within the network. Can you hear me? That's why my tribe, that's how he poached me. That's how he got me into the Members Advisory Council. Me and my tribe. I got a tribe because he's a Christian. You understand? And he saw purpose in everything I was saying. And he was looking at my employer. I said, could match. That's how he told me. He said, whatever you have to do, please. That was in February. He said, by March, April, please make sure you're in France. There's something I want to show you. Baba, me and my tribe, I went for visa. They denied all of us visa. Pew! First time I denied me visa. And this man said, make sure you go be in France. I was like, there must be something. And as I was praying, I just remember that, I have a friend. I've seen the ambassador before. And one of my tribes introduced me to the ambassador. I just called my guy, I beg now. So thing. He said, so that's how that one called the ambassador. I said, it's so disrespectful. Why would the head of trade services apply for visa and they will not give it to him? He's not kidding. He said, no, that's not correct. Tell him to call me. I called him. He said, I am very sorry. I apologize on behalf of the embassy. Please, can you bring your passport to me now? I am not joking. They had denied us visa. I took my passport and 4 others, he knows about the story, to the embassy. Purpose was waiting in France. And guess what? I got the visa. He gave me visa, wait and get. Just wait, collect, they go. When I got to, somebody say opportunities. When I got to the US, the general counsel told me, come, enter this room. There is a man waiting for you. Go and have a conversation with him. He's Nigerian. And I didn't know what to say. I'm the head of trade services for. He said, yeah, I've heard a lot about you. And I started talking. I said, talking. I was just talking about Nigeria, Africa, and everything. And this man busted into tears. He started crying like a child. And he said, Lord, I thank you. I was like, what's going on here? He said, what you're saying is music to my ears. I'm even teary as I'm talking right now. So what you're saying is music to my ears. He said, this was my father's dream. My father got the license to run the World Trade Center in 1974. My father died 1983. I did not have the capacity to run the World Trade Center anymore. I had brain tumor. After I did brain tumor, my wife is SS. She had a relapse. So for her to survive, I had to donate one of my kidneys to her. And I still lost my wife. My children are not interested in coming to Nigeria. And I have been wondering, is this how my father's vision and dream for economic resurgence in Africa will die with me? So I've been praying for God to send me a man. And I was like, I am that man. I am that man. I said, your father's dream will not die. I, David Okwemioke, will carry it and ride on it, and you'll be proud of what you see. That same month, as soon as I go back to Nigeria, he said, but I don't. I said, worry less. Deola knows. They know this thing. And as I go back to Nigeria, I resigned my job. I mean, if you have been to World Trade Center Abuja before, you've seen World Trade Center. If you have been to Abuja, you see World Trade Center. I resigned, and I said, I'm going to Lagos. I had this conversation with you at your office now. I forgot. I forgot that. See, so in my conversations, can you see tribe? Can you see tribe? SJ told me something. We were going into the car at our office in Abuja, and she said, this thing is locked in Isaiah. Oh, yeah. He said, this thing is locked in Isaiah. He said, go and read from chapter 45 to 60. My tribe. And I sat down. This project has been moribund for more than 52 years. God, how will you help me? My tribe. From there, the opportunity to unlock came. I needed over $300,000. Where would I get it? At World Trade Center, I'm not a salary earner. I co-own the World Trade Center. So God brought me from an employee to become a stakeholder in rebirthing, and purpose was birth. Today, I enter rooms that normally I would never run, I would never enter. I'm saying that to summarizely say something. See, this end time, don't let anybody, don't. The problem why Christians are not in rooms is because we have been blinded into following passion. Follow the opportunities. Some of us should be policy makers. Imagine that. Don't let me say this thing here. I wanted to say something in politics before, but I will not say it. But see, ladies and gentlemen, I want this thing to. Time no permit me to tell me about background though. It didn't look like it. In fact, they even told my parents that I would die before 18. I'm 40 now, I'm not dead yet. If I went by the predictions of men and predictions of whatever it is that you call it, that they had back in the years, I would have gone about life with so much. There's so much to you. You need to unlock it. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give a round of applause to Dr. Opeyemi? Thank you very much for reigniting the fire of purposeful living. Thank you. Words cannot quantify our gratitude. You know, earlier we said that one of the things that will happen along the journey of destiny is that life will offer you a chance. But how willing are you to take it? You can see from his story that even as much as he was looking at like that door to that moment of alignment of purpose, it looked as if it was closed. But his will, his drive not to relent, even in the face of blockages, even in the face of tough hurdles, opened that door. Right? So it was Vusi Thembakwayo that said that his excuses are real and valid, but won't give him the future that he wants. So those excuses, those many disadvantages that you have locked up in your mind, those many stories that you have locked up in your mind that are the reasons why things are not working out for you. Maybe you can go further. Maybe your will can push you beyond the limits of your present predicament. Can we just say thank you, Dr. Koyemi? Thank you. Right? Does it look like you made the right decision being here today? Can you clock it? All right. So, very quickly, we will be doing something intentional. We'll be doing something insightful. You know, earlier I mentioned that after Chude said something. He said there is something that makes you special. And I said that for some persons, you might say that for you. Maybe there's nothing that makes you special. Maybe there's nothing that you excel at doing. You've tried many things, but you failed. What am I trying to say? We are different phases in our pursuit after destiny. We are in different phases along our pursuit of purpose. And we will be addressing 3 different classes today. All right? Stay with me. We have a class or a group of persons that we have tagged as, or just say the crossroads, right? So these are people that are weighing a specific decision right now. It could be a course, it could be a career, it could be a path, it could be a location, it could be a relationship, right? So we are going to be having breakout discussions, we're going to be having breakout sessions in 3 groups. So the first group is the crossroads. For those weighing a specific decision, probably you are considering transitioning from one industry to the other, you are considering the right choice of career for you, you are weighing a specific decision, right? This is for you. But trust me, don't move with the mob. Pick the one that truly aligns with what you want, right? There's another group, the fog. These are for people that don't know what they want yet. And trust me, this is not a problem. In fact, it is more damaging that you don't identify it, that you don't know what you want. Life will keep offering you the opposite, right? So if you truly acknowledge that, for me, I don't know what I want yet. And trust me, that's the first step to discovering purpose. That's the first step to discovering clarity. You don't know what you want yet, or you are not sure where to start looking, right? This group is for you, the fog. Then the last, but not the least, the restart. For those who already chose a path, but suspect they are on the wrong one. You chose a path, and it's looking as if things are not working out anymore. You have questions, and you need answers. It looks very, very confusing, the state that you are in right now. Right? So I'm going to give you a minute. I don't want you to make a rushed decision. Which one aligns with you? Which one aligns with what you want? Are you weighing a specific decision right now? Crossroads. Do you know you don't know what you want yet, or where to start looking? The fog. You have chosen a path already, but you suspect that you are on the wrong one. The restart. Right? So our amazing facilitators are going to be speaking to us across these 3 groups. For the crossroads, we have Mrs. Abiola Olamoyegun. So we are going to be dividing this room into 3. We have, if you look just from where the lady is sitting, the lady on black shirt, right? This is going to be a group to my left. Okay. So from the lady on red t-shirt, from the lady on red shirt rather to the back, that would be for the restart. So we have crossroads on this, fog on this side, crossroads here, then restart at the back. So just to reiterate, crossroads for those weighing a specific decision right now, career path, course, location, relationship. This is for you. Crossroads is here to my right. The fog is to the left. You don't know what you want yet, or you are not sure where to start looking. The fog is here. Then for those who already chose a career path, but they suspect that they are on the wrong one, the restart at the back of the room, right? So can we go to our different groups? Our facilitators will be meeting us. Yeah, so please ensure you are a part of a group at least. I'm also going to be joining one. The fog to my left here, crossroads to my right, then restart just at the back of the room. The fog here to my left, which is your right, my left, the fog is here. The crossroads is here to my right, which is your left. Then the restart is at the back of the room. Protocol, please, can you help us? Facilitators, please, we have a total of 30 minutes. A total of 30 minutes. So by 2:10 p.m., by 2:10 p.m., we'll be wrapping up with the breakout sessions. Yeah, the fog to my left, right? The fog to my left, the crossroads to my right, and the restart to the back. Fog to my left, crossroads to my right, the restart at the back of the room, right? So for those weighing specific decisions, you're trying to make the decision concerning a course, a career path, location, relationship, please, you are to come to my right. That's the crossroads. You are weighing decisions on a new course, a new career path. Please come to my right. That's the crossroads. For those who do not know what they want yet, or they are not sure where to start looking, please, you can come to my left here. This is for the fog. Then for those who already chose a career path, but suspect they are on the wrong one, the restart, that should be just behind the room, right? So our facilitators are going to be meeting us just now.
You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people people who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies.
Facilitators, please, we have less than 10 minutes to round off. Facilitators, please, we have less than 10 minutes to round off. Thank you. Facilitators, please, we have less than 5 minutes to round off. Facilitators, please. Our time is up. We can now bring our classes to a close. Facilitators, please. Our time is up. We can now bring our breakout segment to a close. About to move on with the program schedule for today. Facilitators, please. We can now bring our breakout segment to a close. Restart class, please. Can we join the house? Restart, please. Can we join the house? Restart, please. Can we rejoin the house? Crossroads, please. Can we rejoin the house? Thank you. Thank you very much, our dear facilitators. Please, can you put your hands together for every facilitator, from Mrs. Abiola Olamoyegun to Dr. Opeyemi Oke to our co-convener SDJ. Can we say thank you, facilitators? Come on, say it like you mean it. Say thank you, facilitators. Say we love you and we will do you proud. All right, I'm going to give us a couple of seconds to a minute just to settle down. We have a fireside chat to draw the curtains on what has been an insightful and purpose-inspiring day, right? So I'm just giving us between a couple of seconds and a minute to sit. We'll have plenty of time to do all the networking after today, after the event. We'll have plenty of time to do every form of networking after the event. So please, we can now have our seat. Trust me, if you think that you have learned so far, it's about time to dig deeper into the knowledge wells of our facilitators. So very quickly, we are going to take one person per breakout class. One person per breakout class, just to speak about what is it that you learned in particular, right? So one person from FOG, one person from the Crossroads, and one person from Restart, right? If you can hear me, We would need one representative for each breakout segment, one from the Crossroads, one from Fog, and one from Restart. So you can join me here. Anybody from Fog, one representative. Should I pick? Should I pick? The lady looking back. No, don't worry. You do well. One representative, anybody? Anybody? Let me go to Restart. Restart, we need a volunteer, one person per breakout group. So one person from the Crossroads, one person from Restart, and one person from Fog. Just one person, one representative. Do we have already? You can come join me here in front. A round of applause, please, for the volunteers. Where are they? A round of applause, a round of applause. Are you a volunteer? Why not? A round of applause, please. I thought you were coming forward. Yes, come join me, Right, so we're just going to be speaking about what is it that we have learned. You know, it gives the balanced view to every other person. Some person might have been in Restart and there might have been something that was mentioned in the 4 class that would do them a lot of good. So very quickly, just in 1 minute, your name, the class that you're a part of, and what you learned.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I will say my name as it should be said. I won't hide anything. My name is Dr. Pat. All right. And I just came in because I wanted to encourage my students. I brought them here. And but during the course of this program, I found out that I decided to join the Reinvent class, and it was quite interesting because it tells us that one thing we have learned is that you're not too old to start again. So we and that's what gave me the courage to be there. I'm not too old to start again. So you can forget whatever it is. It is okay that you have gone this far, but does this far serves you? If it doesn't, and you know your core, you know your purpose, you can start afresh and upskill. And once that is done, you can chart a path for yourself. So at whatever age you discover yourself, it's okay to reinvent yourself. I think that sums up what I have learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pat. Please, a round of applause for her. Right, as you rightly mentioned, it's never too late to do what? It's never too late to do what? Thank you very much. Please, what class was that? Restart. Yes, so Crossroads and Fog, no representative. We didn't learn anything. Your facilitators won't be proud. Come on, make them proud. You promised them, right? The Fog. Crossroads is here, okay. The Fog, are you sure the Fog has really cleared? This one, where is the representative? Okay, Crossroads, your name, what you learned. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Barakat Akimoyero, and I was at Crossroad. What I learned is pretty short, but I believe it's going to bless us all. I have it written in my note. And it says that ensure that you do what will make you grow, even within a very short time. We touched a lot of things, including what Dr. Pat said about, you're not too old to start again. I believe that all of these classes are kind of similar, even though they have different names, different things they wanted to touch, but it's still kind of similar because what Dr. Pat said, we also said it in our class. However, because Crossroad as the crossroad, right, as the name is, we want to cross road. We want to move from one stage to another. So it makes sense because now when you want to move from a step to another step or a phase to another phase, you are overthinking it and you're thinking that what will happen, what is it going to be good for me in long term? But just think about, again, like I said, what will make you grow within a short time. So if you're thinking about it, it will make me grow and it's also within a very short time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. If you are a football fan, you pretty much agree that Real Madrid, as a club, they are at crossroads, and yeah, you would agree, right? So the fog. Any representative? Come on, please, celebrate her. All right. So your name, we know you're from the fog, and one thing that you learned very quickly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rotimi Olamide Elizabeth from the FOG group. Yeah, so the first thing I learned is reflection. When you don't know what you want and you don't know where to start from, all you need to do is reflection. And reflection simply means intentionally thinking about something to see the end of it. And then I also learned that the situation you are in, you need to sit down, calm down, think about them if they're like more than one, and look for ways in which you can actually tackle them. And also, I learned that we should reflect on our problems, not worry about them. Don't worry about things that you don't know how to go about. Just calm down and reflect on them. That's
A round of applause for Olamide. Thank you very much. Sadly, or fortunately, I'm an Arsenal fan, and she mentioned reflection. I've been reflecting about the Champions League final loss, and it's been very terrible memories, but that's just by the side. Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, we're saying thank you to all our facilitators for pouring out of their wells of experience to all these ones, and it's a prayer that you will never run dry in Jesus' name. Amen. Right, so very quickly, as we make progress and gradually draw the curtains, today we will be having a fireside chat. But before that, I would love to remind us that the You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026 is proudly brought to you by Life Beyond Class and Swift Think Foundation. So I crave your indulgence. Please listen very attentively as I want to just speak to you briefly about these two institutions. Please, once again, listen very attentively. It's because of the things like this that they can put wonderful events like this together just for you and for people like myself, right? So I'll start with Swift Think Foundation. Our vision is to foster flourishing communities through transformative learning and technology-driven initiatives. We are on a mission to equip individuals with essential transformational learning, leadership, and enterprise skills that empowers them to thrive in today's economy. Vision, progress made simple. Mission, equipping leaders for impact. Values, rooted in personal growth and shared progress. The challenge, capacity gaps, inadequate practical skills, youth unemployment, lack of community innovation, limited access to digital skills. Then this goes, why act now? Youth boom necessitates effective empowerment of next generation, global opportunities for economic growth. What we do, building skills for growth. One is skills development and workforce readiness. Another is youth empowerment and leadership. Then the last but not the least, partnerships for capacity building with local businesses and NGOs, right? I'm going to be telling you about some of the initiatives that are sponsored by the Swift Think Foundation. We have the Edge series. We have the Young Leaders Mentorship Platform, Mentorship Program. I beg your pardon. We have the Five Fantastic. That's a teenagers bootcamp designed to nurture early leadership, creativity, and problem-solving skills. We have the Evergreen Legacy Africa, which is an Afrocentric initiative shaping generations through intergenerational knowledge transfer. Right? Why partner with us? We have a proven track record, strong community networks, scalable impact model. Please, if you are proud to be a beneficiary of the wonderful initiatives led by our co-convener here, Sheyi Dairo Jolayemi, can you put your hands together for Swift Think Foundation? Thank you. And now to Life Intelligence Institution, redefining how people learn, grow, and prepare for life beyond traditional education. We exist because success in today's world requires more than academic excellence. While formal education builds foundational knowledge, thriving in life and work demands practical skills, critical thinking, self awareness, adaptability, relationships, exposure, and access to opportunities. Our vision: to build a world where people are equipped not only to succeed academically, but to thrive personally, professionally, and globally. To build a world where people are equipped not to only succeed academically, but to thrive personally, professionally, and globally. Our mission: to redefine learning by creating accessible pathways that equips individuals with practical skills, life intelligence, opportunities, and experiences. Our impact philosophy: we measure success not only by participation, but by transformation. For us, impact means more people accessing opportunities, more individuals building confidence and competence, more communities empowered through knowledge, more lives transformed through intentional growth. Our positioning: Beyond Class is not simply a learning platform. We are a movement helping people move. What is our promise? We will continue creating opportunities, experiences, and pathways that make growth more practical, more accessible, and more connected to the realities of life. Please, a round of applause for Life Beyond Class. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are proud to be beneficiaries of these wonderful initiatives. And now, as we make progress and proceed to drawing the curtains over what has been a wonderful day already, the day one of the You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026, without any further ado, and without any hierarchy, please, you'll be putting your hands together as I call up our facilitators for the fireside chat. First on the list, please put your hands together for Mrs. Abiola. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Abiola. Next up, our co-convener, SDJ. A round of applause for her, please. Then the last but not the least, we have Ademola Ogunlade, AOC. Please, your hands together. Put your hands together for him. He's also our co-convener for the You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026. All right. Oh, Dr. I beg your pardon. Dr. Opeyemi, okay. Dr. Opeyemi, okay. Doctor, it's not because you attacked me the other time that I not call your name. I promise not. Yeah. So, quick disclaimer before we start our lovely conversation. You know, one of the things that my Gen Z people, I'm Gen Z as well, one of the things that my Gen Z people very much detest, one is aspire to perspire. The other is ambiguous information. One of the reasons why we have been anticipating this particular fireside chat is that we want to dig deep into the things that we don't hear. There are many things we hear on a daily, right? For example, if I just ask, oh, how have you built this beautiful career of yours? You have many answers that we might have heard, but we want to hear those things that are not the regular daily jingles or popular jingles that we hear. And the first question is just around clarity, right? There is a saying that says the privilege of your lifetime is becoming who you were made to be, right? So the question is going to move, just everybody's going to answer this particular question. We'll start with SDJ, then we'll move to Doctor, then Mrs. Abiola as well. The question is very simple. What was the point in your life that you figured out that you had to seek clarity to become who you were meant to be, right? At what point in your life did it become very pressing on you that, for me, clarity is non-negotiable, right? So we'll go from SDJ to Doctor. So you can just ignore me as if I'm here, but...
All right, thank you for that question. And it's not a point, it's not a single point. I think it has happened at multiple times, multiple seasons. And that takes me to the fact that clarity is not something you seek and find once. At every single stage, at a different turn, at a different opportunity, you're literally daily, constantly seeking clarity. And but when it comes to clarity of who you are, then many times it could be that you found it once, but continued to build on it. So I would answer in that direction. Growing up as a child, I'd always wanted to be a medical doctor. And it wasn't even a pressure from my family. I do have parents who are retired medical doctors, both of them. So I had good model in that area, but that wasn't the reason. The reason why I wanted to be a doctor was because I noticed that watching my parents interact with a lot of adults, people listen to them. Whenever my dad or my mom was talking to someone in their office or whatever, and say, doctor, and then and they are talking, everybody is quietly looking at their lips, listening. So I wanted that. But now, I didn't become a medical doctor, but did I achieve that? Like, everybody's quietly listening to me. Exactly. So, and I quickly went to that story because many times we don't even know what the clarity we are seeking looks like. It took me a while to answer the question that it was because people gave them attention, people listened to them. They had a lot of influence on people. If a doctor tells you, go put your house in order, you've got 6 months to live, it will only take your faith, or whatever. You would just seek a second opinion. Hardly would you go home and not think about it. And I felt like that was strong influence, and I wanted that kind of influence. But it happened that I didn't do well enough in JAMB to get into medical school. I studied biochemistry. After biochemistry, I went for a master's in medical and pharmaceutical research, the closest I could get. But I found out at that time that I'd lost interest in medicine. So I didn't know what to do. So for like nearly 4 or 5 years of my life, I knew what I didn't want to become, but I didn't know what I wanted to become. And when I found out that I had a voice that could command presence, I began to seek ways to use that voice to fulfill now what was the desire I had, the desire to influence people. So for me, at that time, I was already married and I already had 2 children. So, and I started from a journey of when I was under 10 to becoming, getting into my late and early 30s before I found out that what I wanted was influence to help people live a better life. Influence to warn people against an impending danger. So not necessarily the medicine part of where you are telling them they are going to die, but the part where they say, do XYZ so that you can avoid XYZ. And that took me 15 years minimally to find. So it was at the point of when I was beginning to raise my own children that I felt, no, you have to find who you are and not just be living in nothingness.
Thank you very much, SDJ. If you see something that stands out from a response is that clarity sometimes takes time, right? So, I mentioned that everybody will answer. I just want to add a little bit of perspective. One of the first things you said when you came up earlier was renchement. Exactly. So I want that as much as clarity, oftentimes we say we're seeking.
For me. So that kind of like modeled a lot of things for me. And I began to see the possibilities regardless of where I was coming from. So church was my very first model of possibilities because, around me was chaos. Is that my mom is fighting my stepmother is kiniko, my father is dragging. I grew up in so much dysfunction. You understand what I'm saying? Do you get? You may not be able to understand because you are from daddy and mommy. Me, I'm from daddy, mommies, and siblings. I grew up in a community. Do you get? So church really was the very first model of that possibility for me. And growing up, I grew up in the village, right? I grew up in Ilarogun, right? Not village like that, but of course I grew up in my hometown. there were limited opportunities. But SDJ, something I saw consistently in church was we didn't have much, but you see, my pastor would dress well. Winners, Winners was the. You remember Winners that year now? I mean, I don't. Most of you may not be able to ever relate, but I began to understand the culture of excellence, learning it from church. They would bring Bishop Oyedepo's tapes. I would buy. I would listen. I would read his books. I became born again. I understood what it means to be born again, and I knew that I did not want the kind of life that my family built. So I poured myself into anything and everything I found myself in. I played basketball. That's something I didn't talk about. I played basketball. Everybody thought I would play basketball professionally. I played for my school. I did mercenary for schools. But guess what? My parents would not even see me because I was avoiding chaos at home. So I would run away to basketball courts. I played basketball from 7 o'clock in the morning till 5 p.m. in the evening some days. Passion. I was in choir. Passion. Now me go first reach choir rehearsal. Now me go last commot. So I just had that more kind of anything that would just help me build my mind, So to just escape chaos. And of course, that I had that model, that vision of the possibilities ahead. So university was my first escape route from home. And I can tell you that when I got into school, I see my passion. I could not even speak good English at university. You can imagine the kind of place I grew up from, yeah? I was trying, but you join past participle and past party people, everything together. H factor, I struggled, man. Heba. Yoruba now, But I intentionally curated friends who came from, I still remember their name, Shola Kinshola, Yinka Babalola. Their parents were living in the UK. They lived in Ibadan, Lagos. They spoke better English. And I'll be like, So I began to move with them, SDJ. And we're growing up. There's small television. There are 17 children trying to see the screen. Kotoaye, Yoruba, Ya Oshogbo, Ajeni Yami, but I saw that my friends were watching American films and all of that on their laptops. I didn't have a laptop, So the Roshomo, I had to rush more finding myself and just building capacity. Yeah. So I began to roll with these guys, even though I was not in their league. So I began to understand that they were speaking English, and I would try, I would copy. So I would go sit down with them to watch American movies, to listen to how I would not remember the storyline, but I know that it is not D, it's the. I know it is not, do you get what I'm saying? I began to understand some of those things, and I began to practice to speak better English. And I think I'm speaking better English now, right? Glory to God. So as young people, you can see that all my life, what I've done is just find tribes, find communities that can enhance, advance, improve myself, and all. That's what I've done almost all my life. And in terms of clarity on what will you do, who would you become? Like I say, I was telling my the cohort, the breakout session that we had, said, see, as much as I am trained to help you find formula, to do your SWOT analysis, find yourself. There are strategies you can use to find all of that. It works. But see, nothing would ever beat the advantage of the Holy Spirit. For me, the Holy Spirit helped me through my life's journey. The Holy Spirit has been my partner through life. Like NCJ said, I didn't know who I want to become. I mean, I was studying, my first degree was in zoology. I was supposed to be a medical student because my parents said that this is the doctor of our house. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they pushed me to science class. I wasn't supposed to be there. I wanted to be in commercial class. But I found myself in the path now, right? But I didn't know who I want to be, but I know who I didn't want to become. So I began to just intentionally build myself. And as I continued to do the things I was doing music, volunteering, helping people, I found. So as you move in life, as you want to take intentional decisions, you would need to seek clarity. And that's why I say one of the major signal that you might be following the wrong destiny is to follow passion. I will keep saying that over and over and over again. Passion, you be passionate about everything you do. Do you understand what I'm saying? But one key thing that you would know is that the Holy Spirit will help you identify opportunities. They may not be things that are booming now, but Holy Spirit, it will just be impressed in your heart. Don't forget, I said this is my own formula. It might not. The Holy Spirit has just been. I have books. If I had known, maybe I would have brought it. That at 17, 18, in the place of prayer, things God told me. I was telling them there that I use the normal strategy, but every time, right? And that's to say that for everything I am doing now, I told you now, SJ did not know that she was prophesying when I went to have the conversation of my transitioning from World Trade Center Abuja with her. In fact, I was having it with Maya. SJ just heard as we were talking, what's the next thing, and she prophesied into my life, and she told me that the secret is in Isaiah. So from going to study, I just returned from the US 2 weeks ago, like I told you. I was in DC, I was in New York, I was in those institutions, and guess what happened? As I was going into those rooms, I was reciting those scriptures. That God, Shebi, you told me this, I will recite, and as I enter, it will work. That's my own strategy. And it works for me all the time. So I just seek scriptures. In politics, I do politics. I ran for office in the last general election, as a matter of fact, under APC. I did not win though, This year, I didn't even run again. A different agenda for me. And that's how I found the World Trade Center now. And I realized that I cannot leave this global network I'm building and this project to go and do local politics. So what I would rather do is let me stay here, empower this global influence in quotes that I have built a network to support the work they are doing at the local level. And of course, we can be working hand in hand together. But guess what? God has spoke to me about politics in 2008 during my NYSC. And I have 7 scriptures that God gave to me about politics. So if you look at my face very well, by 2030, 2031, you will see my poster running for governor of Osun State. And it's not an ambition. It's something I've caught a long time ago. But write the vision, make it plain. Either read it, we run with it. At the appropriate time, he's going to watch. And another thing, secret, that has worked for me, sir, is that I have never in my life taken any decision for money. Money has never been the reason I take any decision in my life. When I mean any decision, I should have been married to the daughter of minister now. Those that are laughing, they know. Do you get? But I know by myself that, I can't take this decision, including jobs. I've never picked a job that paid me more. Never. I've always depended on the Holy Spirit to help me. I've taken pay cuts before, just so that I can come into a place of purpose. But those kind of decisions cannot be taken from the place of flesh, because your friends will tell you, this one offers you more opportunity now. This one pays you more now. Chude said it about 50. I'm leaving my job because this one pays me 50,000 naira more. For me, my policy has just been, let God guide my heart. And it has worked for me. So, but the thing is, if you create value, you make money. If you build people, you will sustain value. If you sustain value, money will be sustained. So that has been some of the policies I lived by. And I hope it answered questions of clarity to a lot of people. And it's not too spooky for you to relate with.
Right, so for an SDJ, you see what the picture of Clarity was from her family background, right? She saw that her parents were people that as a result of their career placement would speak and people would listen. Same picture, different manifestation for her, right? But you see that for someone that grew up in chaos, in quote, he still found clarity. So that you are growing in the midst of chaos is not a license for you not to seek clarity, right? So you can see that even in the midst of chaos, it made sense. Now, just a light jab. You quoted the scripture, write your visions, make them plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. But sometimes in Nigeria, there's no light. You might not be able to read it, right? as a question to Mrs. Abiola, that, many times we say, is there a Nigerian dream? And I'm going somewhere. You clarity. How, even in the wrong environment, insulate yourself from the negative sides of that environment and still find your way to purpose?
Was born in America. Everybody where I work always refer me to as a girl from Nigeria. And you know why? Because I always tell them, if you cut me, I bleed green. I am Nigerian to the core. So this is Abiola from Nigeria. But one thing I'm going to say is, wherever you find yourself, no matter what the environment is, you have to find an opportunity there. In the time of farming, there were some people that were eating. Also, women were not hired as pilots then. We were only glorified flight instructors. We had tons of hours and we taught people how to fly. They only hired men in the airline. So why would I be competing with young jocks to get into the airline? Then I wanted children, so I moved away from that, recalibrated. Network engineering wasn't it anymore. They weren't racking routers. You didn't want to be around men again, recalibrated again. Moved from tactical to more strategy, moved from being on the floor to the boardroom, recalibrated again. Erase. And what I do, like I told everybody, is I measure, where do I want to go? What do I need to get to where I want to be? I have a good vision of where I want to be, and I want to live a soft life. I want to be happy. That is my own thing. I want to be happy. I don't ask for much. That's all I want to be, happy. And the next thing is, I said I'm Auntie Lola, I'm Sister Lola. I always have it written. This I have written down in pen. That when anybody mention my name, they must mention it with a smile. They say, oh yes, I met Auntie Lola. She's just such a beautiful lady. Oh my God, I met Auntie Lola. Even though I am very, very strict. Extremely strict. So for me, for your direction, in any environment you find yourself, I have 3 girls, and I'll tell you this. My oldest is going to be 18. They do not have cell phones. They don't have social media. You know what I told my children? I said, you need to reduce your digital footprint. I want my children to be great, and I pray it. But we're in an era where if they decide to run for senator right now, if they have any digital data concerning them, it will come up when they want to run. I behave myself in public. I don't get tickets when I drive because I don't want them to say, when they want to do stuff and say, your mom was irresponsible. She was always speeding. So I have Nigerians in America that give their children everything. I can afford it. I can afford to buy them a phone, but I said no. It's always on their Christmas list every year and I take it off. Why? Because I'm protecting them from information. And some people might say, it's not good. I tell them about it. They come in contact with internet at school and laptops. But then that was my choice in an environment in US. You know what? Let me say this. Do you know the president that is going to rule United States for my children? You don't see them outside. You don't see greatness walking around the streets. You don't. The people that they are grooming to lead the country, they are grooming them. They keep them. They shield them. So if you're going somewhere, there are some places that you will not be. And your tribe are the people that are going to get you to where you need to be. So like he said something, I don't know if you got it when he was speaking. He said he got an opportunity to be in the room. When you get the opportunity to be in the room, you better know what to say. So when you're writing your stuff in pencil, you're studying, and you're writing, I write in pencil because I recalibrate every time. as the landscape changes, as things changes. If I move back to Nigeria now, I'm not saying I am, but if I do, if I move back to Nigeria now, what I do in US, yeah, it may be marketable in Nigeria, yes, but then I will need to recalibrate based on where I am. What is their risk appetite in Nigeria? What is their risk profile in Nigeria? And how do I best fit into what it is from my career perspective in Nigeria? So wherever you find yourself, I'm going to say, don't carve it in stone. Because God can change you. God, he does. He's done something for me. I argued with somebody, and the Lord told me to do something. I said, and I was so on it. And I am one of those people. I have a deep personality. When God tells me there's nothing anybody can say, and I believed God, and He confirmed it, and I was going for it, and then He changed His mind. And somebody told me God can change His mind, and I argued with the person, but God did change His mind. So I went back and I rewrote. And then I realized that He was teaching me for the future. I went through something and I told the person I failed. And I said, but it's a good thing that I failed, because if I have to do this again, I will not make any mistakes. I know exactly what to do and what not to do. So as you write your stuff down, they both said it, that, you keep changing. You keep your goals, the goalpost keeps shifting. It keeps shifting, and it's a different landscape. It keeps shifting, a different environment. He's talking to us in Nigeria. I'm sure that if he was standing in front of us, his accent would be different. And I'm sure, it's nice to be here. And he was going to mention Holy Spirit. If it was in World Trade Center, you would have said hallelujah by mistake. And then you say, excuse me. I just came from church, But wherever you find yourself, you find out that in that space, there is something specific to that environment, to that landscape. What is going to give you a high trajectory is different in Nigeria than what is going to give you that high trajectory in America. What's going to work in America is not going to work here. The things that are considered risk in America are not considered risk here. So wherever you find yourself, you're going to look for the good of the land, and you cannot go where everybody is going. Because the crowd is going this way doesn't mean you are going that way. If God says go this way, then you go that way. And you need to ask, and you need to write it down. Write it down, but don't write it down in pen. Write it down in pencil. Because you have to go back to the drawing board again and go to the plan and reroute that trip again.
A round of applause for her, please. A round of applause. One of the things that she mentioned very emphatically is recalibration, right? And it's very good to note that you cannot mention recalibration outside the context of failure, right? Many times we think that clarity is an inclined slope, a straight line graph, like that demand curve, or is it supply? No, it isn't like that. It looks like a staircase, right? To make some progress, there is probably a hindrance, then you push up against the tide, then you go again. Then you see that you build tenacity across the line. So here's the question, right? At what point, or did you fail at any point, right? And how and what converted that failure to success for you, right? Did you fail at any point? And in that experience of failure, what was that thing that helped you to rewrite the story, making it into success?
All right. Thank you for saying that. And I like the fact that you are talking about failure, because that is something that many people don't want to either talk about or hear. And in fact, coming to a Christian environment, that they have failed at something and they need to learn in that area they have failed. If you write a professional exam and you fail at it, then you need a tutor, you need to read a book, spend more time. Now, talking about did I fail? At multiple times in my life, yes. whether from the academic point of view or from the business, landscape point of view, whether as an employee or as a business owner myself. And what I always look at consistently is, what is the lesson to learn in this? In fact, I don't keep that, what is the lesson to learn in this, to myself alone. I am always intentional about what is the lesson to learn in this, even when somebody else is sharing their failure story. Because at every point in time, and I love what Dr. David said so much, the Holy Spirit is our advantage. But the truth is, we are men and we don't always listen. And sometimes we didn't even hear. You heard, it's even already a thumbs up. You heard, you didn't listen. Sometimes we didn't even hear. And I know that sometimes I pray and I say to God intentionally, help me not to miss the signposts that you have put there, because something can look really fantastic and it is the worst thing you could ever do. And there's a signpost that says no. And that could be that little inner witness, just a little moment of, can I think about this a second time? So for me, every single time, academically, sometimes you write exams and you will believe that, forget, even if the lecturer decides to mark it in any way, it's A. Then you go there and then you see it's a D. In fact, some people get confident enough to contest their result. Me, I've never gotten that confidence. I just say, go and write. And yeah, I know there are some university undergraduates here. I carried a course in 100 level. I rewrote it in 200, I carried it. I wrote it in 300, I had a C. So I'm explaining to you that it has a learning. It tells you that in this area, I'm not a master yet. Chide talked to us about mastery. When you're a master at something, even in your sleep, ask about Borderless Street, tap him and he's sleep talking. He will say something. But if we ask you, some people probably just heard Borderless Street for the first time today. And then you now want to go on AI, put something together in your CV about Borderless Street, and you want to step into the same room he's stepping in, you are going to fail. And when you realize that you failed, then you can now go and learn. So that is a key step. Accepting that you have inadequate knowledge in something, and then seeking the right knowledge in that area helps in area of failure. And that's what I've always done. When something doesn't go the way that I thought it would go, of course, there's the Holy Spirit check for the first time. And other times it is, what is the knowledge gap? What did I miss here? And then fix it immediately.
A round of applause for SDJ. Very beautiful response, right? She's mentioned that the first thing will be to acknowledge failure. It doesn't make you any less of yourself. Acknowledge, then you can now do what I might call a root cause analysis. That where did it go wrong, right? It's almost a Nigerian thing. When you have A in class, you say, oh, I had an A, right? But you had D.
Off the expectations of men, or the interpretation or definition of or perception of humans, of men, of my parents, my family, of me, of the society. I quieten the noise a lot, and that's why, as a builder, as someone who is building something, as someone who is aspiring to become, one of the things you must master to do is to take meditation and inflection very seriously. You must know when to quieten the noise. You must know when to quieten the noise. Oh, my Mr. VP, oh, Vice President, what is it? There are times I'm not hearing all of that. There are times I will shut down my Instagram, shut down WhatsApp, shut down messages, and I'm just sitting with myself, realistically analyzing my decisions. I was telling them over there, I'm the Vice President of Water Center now. I got, I did an interview last week because a company in the US, had invited me to come and be their CEO. And if I tell you their offer, per annum, Me say my head. It felt. Do you understand what I'm saying? It felt like this is it. I spoke to a few friends of mine and said, "Are you mad? Why will you let this go? Why will you let that go? Why will you let?" But everybody sees Mr. VP, but they don't know that Mr. VP is thinking, should I not? Can I not? Right? But I needed to make a decision for purpose and not choose immediate, gratification. So you will always find yourself in that thing. And to speak a bit to failure, really, we over at as you grow in life, you just continue to make some adjustments to life. But to answer your question, yes, I kid you not. There are times that somebody looked at me and say, David, please, can I get a loan of 15 million naira from you? Because you think I'm the vice president of World Trade Center, I'm like, Ogbeni, I used to tell God, the thing these people are seen to be asking me for this kind of money, you better put it in my. Do you understand? So I just the one I think the one that's on my phone that I just changed my phone now, sir. I've used 11 Pro since 2020. I just changed it last week or 2 weeks ago. My friends tell me, go on. It's not a priority for me now. But a lot of you, I use that particular example for the younger generation because I see you are here. A lot of you are running unnecessary race to meet up with trends, to meet up with a 17 Pro low and dancing. Then you go and do things that your value does not even align with, so that you can use 17 Pro. So if you don't win yourself of the expectations of men and quieten the noise and concentrate on what you're building, you will consistently lose your path and lose your route. The monies I could use to buy phone, I'd say it. The money I could use to buy phone 5 years ago, I used to buy properties. Come to Badagry now. I used to tell people, come to Badagry now. Badagry is the new Lagos. We're now selling land in Badagry for 43 million. But guess what? When I was buying the properties in Badagry as at 5-6 years ago, I was buying at 250,000 naira per plot. You get? And I bought acres. And I will keep. When my friends are using iPhone 14 Pro Max, 13 Pro Max, Kinicom Pro, right? I just focus on your focus. That would be my, so and start making, it will help you to take intentional decisions when you don't gauge yourself by what the world is saying or the perception of people about you. I am very realistic to myself. There are things I will not do. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are monies I have I will not spend. Let me tell you one funny, this will shock you. This will shock you. I do not have a single designer to myself. One. Everything I have is Taylor Laurent. Do you understand? The money I don't buy Louis Kinikon. I would rather everything I wear is Nigerian made, from my shoe to my jean to my this. Maybe my wristwatch is not. I as long as it can. I'm not the guy that wants to. I don't want to impress you. I'm not interested in impressing you. Can I afford it? Yes. Will I buy it? No. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you pay, you go buy them for me. My friends will tell you, no, David, you can't be like this. You cannot be. See, he pay you, happy. Buy me one. I will wear it. I have body to wear. But I do not. I just intentionally not do that.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe now I'm starting to change my mindset about first class and not first class. For a long time, I could afford to buy first class. But I would tell myself, wow. No be same time we go get it. I go buy economy. Please give me aisle seat or give me window seat. Do you understand what I'm saying? But because of the level I am now and the kind of relationships I need to build, sometimes I just want to be on first class. And sometimes that conversation is not always as productive as it used to be. People just spend the money they don't have to impress people that don't care about them. Shikena. So that's it.
Thank you. If you want to clap, please clap. One thing that he said, and that I want to point out to you, he was making mention of how he had to make a decision for purpose, right? One thing that purpose will make you do, or one thing that clarity will make you look like to others, is foolish. By the time you indeed follow after the path of clarity and purposeful living, you will come off as foolish to many people. See the tale of Moses in the Bible, right? How he left the palace to follow after people that were in captivity. Would make no sense, right? But purpose will do what? Will make you look foolish. But indeed, if you go after purpose, right, the end is always more beautiful. This question is we have a number of women in the room, And where I work presently, we have about 5, 6 partners, but unfortunately, they are all men. And it begs the question, what is the model of leadership going to look like to, or the vision of leadership? What's it going to look like to the women that are working there? So you have you have years of experience working across male-dominated industries, and you have held leadership positions across. What's your advice to women on how they can not just envision leadership in their minds, but they can live it out?
So it's different for America because we do have quite a bit of extremely brilliant and women. And you know, I always say this, that I'm very proud to be a Nigerian because I mean we are brilliant people. We're extremely brilliant. I have a lot of friends that are right up there, and extremely brilliant women. But like I've said earlier before, is you have to know your stuff. When you get into that room, you better have that knowledge. You know, when they were talking about failure, I said to myself, I have not failed. And the reason why, and you will probably understand, is I don't take risk. If I don't know something, I won't do it. And that is, and it's not a good thing. So please don't covet that. It's my age will allow me. Just like the stock market, I put my money in there, but I put the one that my heart can take if I lose it. So it is I would say shyly, I think I have like under 5,000 in that account. Isn't that because it will pain me? No, I am very adverse to risk. I can't take. I don't even jump. I don't go on a boat. That is so. So if I'm going to go into a room, you better best believe that I know exactly when I come in and they say, oh, we have a keynote speaker, it's going to be Abiola Lamoyego. You better best believe that I'm putting my 2 best foot forward. I am always studying. I'm always learning. Now, I can learn as much. It doesn't mean I'm going to take the risk. But wherever I'm going to go into a room, I am one of those people that will take a rain check and say, you know what, I'm going to pass on this because I don't believe I'm prepared for it. I don't mind. Some people might say, oh, you can go for it, you can study, you can do this. So as a woman, I'm not going to say what a man can do, a woman can do better. And I'm not a feminist. But I'm going to tell you that as a woman, you better be on your A game. It's not a competition. It's just what do you bring to the table. And when you are not there, would they notice that you're missing? I came to Nigeria now and I shut off my phone and I told my boss I will not be available. She's probably going crazy. She has sent me text message on my personal phone, but I didn't respond. I said, remember, I'm on vacation. He said, lie. I wanted her to miss me. Yes, I want them to know that if Abiola is not in the office, there are some things that they would miss. So what do you bring to the table as a woman? In Nigeria, it's different. In America, there are a lot of opportunities. We don't compete. We don't compete on gender. We compete on what you bring to the table. We compete on your intellectual ability. So I guess it's going to be different for you here in Nigeria. But for me in America, there are opportunities for me to express. All they care about is the bottom line. They're making money. You make them look good. You just have to. I remember I told my husband when my husband moved to America, and he wanted to do SAP. SAP is a different beast on its own. Either you know it or you don't know it. I'm in technology and I know nothing about SAP. And I can speak very well about most part of technology, but SAP, no. And one of his friends, a very good friend of ours, Yomi, was talking to my husband, and he asked my husband, "Where do you want to work, Kenny?" And my husband was like, he said, "Why are you asking me that?" He said, "There's two things. It's either you want to work in Deloitte or you want to work in IBM." He said, "What is the difference?" They are both big fours. He said, IBM, you can go to work in khaki pants and a polo shirt. They don't care. Deloitte, when you come in, even your perfume must change the atmosphere. They make you go in front of them. They want you to make them look good. So they told him to pick two. It was then, it never dawned on me that there were two different, all big fours. There was a way that you needed to present yourself. Both of them having to the country. So it's a different dynamic. I think maybe he can answer.
I think I just, if I can drop just a bar on that.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, the landscape is changing pretty fast. Are you aware that 80% of bank MDs and CEOs are women? They are now women. And they are not getting it because they slept with Oga. They are getting it because they are competent to be in that room. I consult for one very big organization in Nigeria today, led by a woman. Every time I'm in strategy room with her, I'm like, You know when they say, "Eyo ko gba gidi opolopo," that she's the coke. She's her brain is. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is no limit to what you can be, right? As a woman in Nigeria today, if you bring your A game, just keep. If you follow Ibukwan Woshika a lot, you would see that she's been doing a lot of nurturing, join communities. That's why some of you are with SDG. Relate with her. Auntie Biola is here today. Let her be your mentor. I'm not saying your billing machine. I'm saying your mentor. Somebody you really want to learn from. Somebody, because at every point of our journey, we all need people that can model possibilities to us. That can model, oh, this is possible, this is possible. And that's one thing that women need to intentionally do, not follow the Shady Balabala on TikTok and all the. Don't be influenced by some of these things. There are really women who are resourceful, driving change across the world today. And there are young ones amongst them as well. So befriend them, join communities with them, and set your whatever you want, like she said, go for it. Whether you're a man or a woman, especially for some of you that have found yourself in male-dominated spaces, you would realize that, it's no longer a thing in Nigeria. In politics today, we are seeing women emerge and their voices are loud and they are speaking with sense. Right? So we cannot leave it to Yalatas anymore. So build competence, just keep building yourself and keep showing up and compete equally, right?
Please, a round of applause for all of our facilitators and speakers. Please, if you're clapping for them, I believe we can do better. You've heard it from SDJ, you've heard it from Mrs. Abiola. We can take one question. One question, open ballot. Left, right, 3, 2, going, gone. So I think that's credit to our speakers. Oh, do I have one person? Is there anybody? Oh, no question, right?
Okay. Nobody was listening.
Yes, everybody was listening. I mean that's a credit to our speakers. It means they did justice to every question they probably have, and now they are ready to do it. She mentioned that I have a do it attitude, right? Just do it. Whatever it is that you've set your mind to, you can achieve it. So on that note, we are going to be drawing the curtains on this fireside chat. Once again, please, a round of applause for all of our speakers. Before we leave, pictures, media, right, as the pictures are going on.
The window of greatness. God. My God. What is it? Come on, drink greatness.
As the pictures are going, we have a presentation quickly from one of our sponsors for the You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026. Please put your hands together for Gideon Owolabi.
You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people People who help you achieve.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Are we tired? I can't hear that. I'm hearing yes or no. No, okay, good. So today I've been a very impactful session from me and for everybody here, I must say. And I also want to say thank you to the organizers, thank you to everybody here. But before we go, I want to introduce something to you. I want to introduce something to you. I want to tell you a short story, very, very short story. And this time around, unlike my bosses, it's not a story about me, it's a story about you. You've attended this conference, right? It's a very, very strategic conference for you. Some of us are going to remember today's date because of what we learned today, and today's going to be a day that is going to change a lot of our lives, right? We've attended different conferences, we've been to stuff like that, but there's a big problem that happens, and the issue is this. After we attend those conferences, they become our special moment, but we don't get access to that moment. Please, the slide. There's something currently going on in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, Africa and the world. It's called the social media lottery. The social media lottery is this. You attend amazing conferences and you have memories that belong to you. When you're done, you don't get access to those memories. You're sure they took your pictures. In fact, they stopped you to take those pictures. But you don't get access to those pictures. So what happened? At the end of the conference, you probably go on social media. Media have taken like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 photos. But they are only restricted to posting like 10 or 20 because they cannot spam everything, right? And you know now we do it. Even after service, we go and check, refresh, see if we make the cut, right? So it's our own memories, it's our own picture, our own moments too. But we are put in a situation where we have to feel like we win the lottery. And so when you get those pictures, you probably screen grab it and you download, right? So it's a solution. Next slide, please. I don't know if you saw this video that trended last month or 2 months ago. It's about a lady complaining about sitting down in the front of the church. And so, next slide, please. So what we are doing is we created a solution, that video and some other experience, because I attend a lot of conferences too, I like to learn. And that video and a lot of other experience got me thinking, and I thought about it. We have a solution on our phone, which is facial recognition system. If you use an iPhone or a good Android phone today, you can tap on your face there and to bring out all the pictures in which you appear, right? Am I speaking French? No, right? Good. So you can tap on your face, it brings out all the pictures in which you appear. So I thought about it. We have a problem, but we don't have a way to distribute photos to people that actually own those photos. And so we are leaving them to something called a social media lottery. And I thought about it and I decided to work with the team, and we decided to create a platform, an AI-powered platform that allows you, that gives you back the power. Please, the next slide. Okay, yeah, this is that gives you back power to do whatever you want to do with your memory. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not there too.
You need your tribe. Together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies.
Okay, what can you see? Okay, you can see from. Okay, that's good. So, based on that, we are able to give back the people that own those events, those memories, back their memories. And we try to make it as easy as possible that you don't have to download a new app, you don't have to stress yourself. We all hate downloading new apps. You don't have to even sign up to access your memory. We work with event organizers and people who run events to onboard them on the system. What they just need to do is upload the pictures to our platform. You as the attendees, you have a code. Please, the next slide.
Every journey needs a guide.
Okay, you have a code. The event is going to be customized. We give you a code, just like Google Link. You go on the platform. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We're going to come back. Sorry. Next, please. Yes, keep it here. You go on the platform and you just type the code. So for instance, today we did a little experiment. We took a few pictures. We couldn't take a lot. If you go on nami.co, NAHME, this is me, Nami. .co and type this code YNYT, which is the short form for You Need Your Tribe. It's going to take you to today's gallery, and I think for other pictures that are going to be coming from the organizers between today and tomorrow, be able to find your pictures on this platform. You just need to type in this code, and in 3 seconds, it's going to ask you to take a selfie. So what it does, it matches your face with all the pictures that are currently on the platform. And if you cannot take a picture at that moment, you can just upload a reference photo where you show your face show, or you look like what is on that picture. Just make sure that maybe that day your makeup match, or you're not using a throwback picture, and you'll be good. It's just going to allow you to do that, and you get to download your photos. So we are also working on there's actually a version that allows those photos to be branded for event organizers. This gives you, as an event organizer, right, the opportunity to turn those photos to a marketing instrument for your events. People like to share photos, but they like to share the photos in which they show. Even with our friends, when we have our friends and we take pictures, we request for the ones we show. So we allow event organizers to turn the whole people that attend our events. Let me say we are in a very big event and we have like 5,000, 10,000, 50,000 capacity, 50,000 audience, and we're done with that. Those 50,000 people can go on Nami, find their photos, they'll be branded. We have to do a rollback for something. They'll be branded and they will turn to marketing share for you, because they'll be able to download their photos and they're going to share it. And that is what we're currently doing with Nami. So thank you so much. Who else have tried checking their photo on Nami? NAHME.co. NAHME.co. I don't know why this thing broke. Type this code, take a selfie, and you'll find your picture. Any question?
People who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise.
The code again is on the screen. You can just find this NAHME.co. It's going to give you a screen. You just enter this and you'll be able to find your photo. Not just for today. We are going to get the official photos there too. And for tomorrow photos, you'll find all your photos here. We'll be able to deliver it to you and you'll be able to download it for free. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right, so we are now drawing the curtains on the day one of the You Need Your Tribe Conference 2026, and we want you to pay attention to what to make up the next steps even after the conclusion of the conference. So if your hands are not too busy, you can go to lifebeyondclass.com. Media, can you help? The URL is lifebeyondclass.com/You Need Your Tribe. Yeah, /You Need Your Tribe. lifebeyondclass.com/You Need Your Tribe. Immediately you put that in your browser, the search box of your browser, click on community. I have that on the screen. Click on community. Yeah, so please scroll a little. You would see tribe channels, monthly tribe gatherings, accountability partnerships. So these are the things that would make up the next steps upon the conclusion of You Need Your Tribe conference, right? There will be tribe channels where you get to find your people, right? We'll be having monthly tribe gatherings. People that share similar values, that share similar goals, and in fact share similar challenges. You get to meet to propose and find more innovative solutions to these challenges, right? There will be accountability partnerships. The goal is to have an accountability partner that supports you on your path to purpose discovery. Then we'll be having tribe-led projects, right? Projects that align with the vision of your tribe. Projects that you can connect to and in fact put you on the course for providing solutions to national and international problems. Annual recognition. So based on performance, the community would celebrate what the community creates. Then lastly, Conference 2.0 priority. Every community member gets first access to next year's edition. So this is not just a one-time event. This is not a one-time thing. You are to be a part of something greater. Remember, the path to purpose is not one to do in isolation, right? If you find your right people, you find your tribe, you are indeed on the right track to purpose discovery. So if you know that indeed this has been an insightful day, this is just day 1. Day 2, we are going to be having Abiola Olamoyegun again tomorrow, Olufemi Iroko, having Chinenye Adeleye, Ifeoluwa Obafemi, then our co-convener Ademola Ogunlade. Curtains open by 12 p.m. prompt, so you might want to come in earlier as well. 12 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll be talking about career and growth. The tribe for tomorrow is the career and growth tribe. If you are building a career or you need insight as to what career growth and development would mean, tomorrow is a time for you not to miss. Can we close this together? What has been an insightful day? So can we rise? Can we rise? Can we rise? Right, so just take a couple of seconds to bring back to your remembrance everything that has been said. During our fireside chats, Mrs. Abiola mentioned that you need to have a do-it attitude. For SDJ, she had the right model, right, to paint the picture of what purpose would be for her, but different manifestation. For Dr. Okpeyemi, it started from chaos, right? Don't just take this as that moment that, it's one of those things they do at conferences. This is a time to go beyond sight and envision that which would be purpose discovery for you. Right, so now we are going to make a commitment to it. This is all internal. You're not saying anything out. You're making a commitment to growth. You're making a commitment to purposeful living. That from this day onward, you will not live your life as just a statistic. You're not living your life as just one other person. You've not come here to just be a part of the number, right? From you, a mighty nation can come. Have you done that? Then you look at your neighbor and say positive words. Say for you. Say for you. Say clarity will not be lost. For you, purpose will not be lost. Now say for us. Clarity will not be lost. For us, purpose will not be lost. So when I say Clarity Tribe, you respond with you need your tribe conference. Can we try it? Clarity Tribe. You need your tribe conference. Thank you very much for being a part of day 1. See you tomorrow, 12 p.m. If you want to take pictures, please, you can use the podium. Ensure to tag You Need Your Tribe Conference on your social media platforms at You Need Your Tribe Conference on social media platforms. At You Need Your Tribe on all social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook.
Can we take a group picture too for as many people as are still around? Let's take a group picture. Even the volunteers as well. Please join the group picture. Thank you.
Every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe. People who believe. People who inspire. People who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise. Building lives of purpose. Reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice. Every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe. People who believe. People who inspire. People who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise. Building lives of purpose. Reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice. Every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe. People who believe. People who inspire. people who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice, every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe, people who believe, people who inspire, people who help you achieve. You need your tribe, together we can rise, building lives of purpose, reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice. Every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe. People who believe. People who inspire. People who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise. Building lives of purpose. Reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice. Every journey needs a guide. Every mountain climbed in life starts with people by your side. You need your tribe. People who believe. People who inspire. People who help you achieve. You need your tribe. Together we can rise. Building lives of purpose. Reaching for the skies. Every big dream needs a voice.